Hello everyone, and welcome back to Midnight Horror. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the video. Story 1. I had always loved traveling, and staying in Airbnbs had become one of my favorite ways to experience new places. When I booked a listing for a weekend getaway in a quiet coastal town, I was excited. The photo showed a cozy cottage with a rustic charm, surrounded by trees and the ocean just beyond. The host had good reviews, and everything seemed perfect for a relaxing trip. When I arrived, the place was just as beautiful as it had looked in the photos. The cottage was small but well maintained, with a welcoming feel. I unpacked my bags and settled in, enjoying the peaceful surroundings. The only thing that seemed off was a faint, strange hum that I couldn't quite place. It was subtle, but it lingered in the background, and at first, I brushed it off as the house settling, or maybe some outdoor noise from the wind. As the evening wore on, I decided to relax with a book. I sat down in the living room by the window, enjoying the view of the trees swaying gently in the breeze. The hum persisted, but I was starting to get used to it. It was then that I noticed something strange on the wall across from me. There was a small, round object that I hadn't seen before. It was placed just below a painting, blending in with the decor, but something about it caught my eye. Curious, I stood up and walked closer. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a small camera lens. My heart skipped a beat. How could I have missed it earlier? I felt a chill run down my spine as I examined it more closely, noticing that it was hidden in plain sight, almost as if it were deliberately placed to blend with the surroundings. I had stayed in many Airbnbs before, but I had never encountered anything like this. I knew I had to investigate further. The first thing I did was look around the rest of the room, trying to see if there were any other hidden cameras. It was unnerving to think that I might be being watched, but I needed to know for sure. I searched the room meticulously, checking behind curtains, under furniture, and even inside light fixtures. It was in the kitchen where I found another small camera, tucked behind a decorative plant on the counter. My anxiety grew and I quickly checked the rest of the house. Sure enough, I found more hidden cameras, one in the bathroom, another in the hallway, and one more in the bedroom, hidden behind a mirror. It was clear now the entire place had been rigged with cameras, all of them placed strategically to capture every angle. I felt violated, my stomach turning as I imagined someone watching me from afar. I immediately grabbed my phone and called the host. As I waited for the call to connect, I couldn't stop shaking. The thought of someone possibly watching me, seeing everything I was doing, was unbearable. When the host finally answered, I tried to keep my voice calm, but I couldn't hide the panic. I explained what I had found, asking if they knew anything about the cameras. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. When the host finally spoke, their voice was shaky. I didn't know about any cameras," they stammered. "That shouldn't be there. I'll send someone over right away." I was relieved that they seemed as shocked and concerned as I was, but I knew I couldn't stay there for much longer. I hung up and began gathering my things, ready to leave. As I was packing, I noticed something strange. My phone had started buzzing repeatedly. I looked at the screen to find several notifications from my security camera app. It took me a moment to realize that my phone was receiving footage from the cameras in the house. The app had somehow been syncing with them. I watched in horror as a video appeared on my screen, footage of me, sitting in the living room earlier in the day, flipping through a book. My heart raced as I scrolled through the footage. There were videos of me walking around, even a clip of me in the bathroom. It was as if the cameras had been capturing everything since I arrived. I felt sick. The realization hit me hard. Whoever had set up these cameras had been watching me, possibly for the entire time I had been there. It wasn't just that I was being watched now. They had been recording my every move from the moment I stepped into the house. The videos were still coming through, each new clip adding to my growing sense of dread. I couldn't stop the feeling of being completely exposed. I quickly turned off my phone and tried to calm myself. The host had promised to send someone over, but I didn't feel safe waiting any longer. I grabbed my bags and rushed out of the cottage, my mind racing. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone might be following me or watching me through the windows, even though I hadn't seen anyone around. When I got back to my apartment, I immediately called the police and reported the incident. They assured me they would investigate, but I couldn't shake the thought that the person who set up those cameras might be much closer than I realized. They could have been watching me not just in that cottage, but perhaps at other places too. The following days were a blur of police interviews and meetings with the Airbnb host. The police found no direct evidence of the person responsible, but they did confirm that the cameras had been actively recording. They suggested I take extra precautions for my safety, but it didn't make me feel any better. I couldn't shake the paranoia, constantly feeling like I was being watched. What they captured on those cameras I would never know. The thought of someone having that kind of access to my life, to my privacy, made my skin crawl. I never stayed in another Airbnb and I always made sure to double check for hidden cameras wherever I went. The experience had changed me in ways I couldn't explain, leaving me with a deep, lingering sense of unease. Story 2. It was supposed to be a simple ride, nothing more than a quick favor from a stranger. I had been traveling on a quiet stretch of road, miles away from the nearest town, when my phone lost service. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the empty highway. I knew I needed to find a way to the next town before nightfall. When I saw the headlights of an approaching truck, I felt a sense of relief. I stuck out my thumb, hoping for a kind soul to give me a lift. The truck slowed, its brakes hissing as it came to a stop beside me. The driver leaned over and pushed open the passenger door, his face partially hidden by the dim glow of the dashboard lights. He looked to be in his late 40s, with a scruffy beard and tired eyes. He asked where I was headed, and I told him the name of the next town. He nodded, gesturing for me to hop in, saying he was going that way. Grateful for the ride, I climbed into the passenger seat, shutting the door behind me. The cab smelled of old leather and stale cigarettes, but I ignored it. I buckled my seatbelt as the truck rumbled forward, merging back onto the highway. At first, the ride was silent, the only sound being the steady hum of the tires on the pavement. Then, the driver started asking questions. He wanted to know where I was coming from, if I was traveling alone, and if anyone knew I was hitchhiking. I answered cautiously, not wanting to give away too much. Something about his tone made me uneasy, though I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I told him I had family expecting me, hoping that would deter any bad intentions. He didn't respond right away, just drummed his fingers against the steering wheel. The tension in the cab felt thick, and I forced myself to stare out the window, pretending not to notice. The highway stretched into the distance, no cars in sight, no buildings, just miles of empty road. The deeper we drove into the fading daylight, the more uneasy I felt. After a few more minutes, I glanced at the GPS screen on the dashboard. Something was off. We had passed a turn that should have taken us toward town. My stomach twisted as I realized he was driving in the wrong direction. I cleared my throat and asked if he had missed the turn. He didn't look at me when he answered, just kept his eyes on the road. He muttered something about knowing a shortcut, but I wasn't convinced. My pulse quickened as I reached for my phone, hoping to check my location. No service. The signal had dropped minutes ago, leaving me completely cut off. I gripped my backpack tightly, trying to stay calm. I asked him again where we were going, my voice steady but firm. This time he turned to me, his face unreadable in the dim light of the truck's interior. He told me not to worry, that he'd get me where I needed to go. But his tone was different, too casual, too forced. Panic crawled up my spine. I tried to play it cool, nodding as if I believed him. But in my mind I was already planning how to get out. I glanced at the door handle, calculating if I could jump out while the truck was moving. The road was rough though, and I knew that jumping at high speed could end badly. The truck slowed as we approached a bend in the road. My heart pounded as I realized this might be my only chance. I shifted in my seat, trying to be subtle as I reached for the handle. Just as I started to pull it, the driver slammed the automatic lock. The sound echoed in the small space, making my stomach drop. I turned to him, my voice sharper now. I told him to pull over, that I had changed my mind. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he gave a slow shake of his head, gripping the wheel tighter. My breath came faster as the weight of the situation truly set in. I was trapped. The truck kept rolling, deeper into the empty landscape. I reached for my backpack, hoping to find something I could use as a weapon. A pen, a pocket knife, anything. The driver must have noticed because he let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head again. He told me to relax, that everything was fine. But it wasn't. My mind raced, searching for an escape. I forced myself to stay calm, knowing that panicking wouldn't help me. I tried a different approach, softening my voice, pretending to trust him. I asked about his route, acting as if I was just curious, just making conversation. He seemed to ease up a little, but his eyes stayed focused on the road. I kept the conversation going, inching my fingers toward the door lock. I needed him distracted, even if only for a second. When I saw his grip loosen slightly on the wheel, I made my move. In one swift motion, I unlocked the door and yanked it open. The rush of wind hit me like a wall as the truck swerved. The driver cursed, reaching for me, but I threw myself out before he could grab me. I hit the pavement hard, rolling across the asphalt, my body screaming in pain. The world spun as I scrambled to my feet. The truck skidded to a stop a few yards away. I didn't wait to see if he would come after me. I ran toward the darkness, away from the road, my lungs burning with each step. I could hear the truck's engine roaring behind me, the headlights sweeping over the landscape. I kept running until I couldn't anymore, my legs trembling from exhaustion. I ducked behind a cluster of trees, forcing myself to stay silent. Minutes passed, then more. Eventually, the truck's engine faded into the distance. I stayed hidden, heart hammering in my chest, waiting until I was sure he was gone. When I finally emerged, the road was empty. I walked for what felt like hours, my body aching from the fall. Eventually, I saw lights in the distance, a gas station. Relief flooded through me as I stumbled inside, gasping for air. The attendant looked up, startled by my disheveled appearance. I told them what had happened, my voice shaking. They called the police, who arrived not long after. I gave them a description of the truck and the driver, but deep down I knew he was already gone. The officer told me I was lucky. I didn't need to be told, I already knew. That night, I swore I would never hitchhike again. The thought of getting into another stranger's car made my skin crawl. I had made it out, but I knew not everyone was that lucky. The road had seemed so harmless before, but now I saw it for what it really was: unpredictable, dangerous, and unforgiving. Story 3. I had been living in my house for about a year when I started noticing small, strange things happening. At first, they were so minor that I brushed them off as forgetfulness. A cabinet door would be open when I swore I had closed it, or a light I never used would be on when I got home. I chalked it up to being distracted or tired, convincing myself there was a logical explanation for everything. Then, things got weirder. Food started going missing from my fridge, just small things like a yogurt or a slice of bread. Nothing significant enough to make me panic. I figured I was just miscounting what I had, or maybe even eating things and forgetting about it. One night I came home to find my back door unlocked, though I was certain I had locked it that morning. A shiver ran down my spine, but I told myself I must have been careless. One evening as I was lying in bed, I heard a faint creaking sound above me. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, like the sound of weight shifting on old wood. I held my breath and listened closely, but everything went silent again. I tried to dismiss it as the house settling, but an uneasiness settled in my chest. The sound had felt too deliberate, too out of place. Over the next few nights, I kept hearing those same noises, soft footsteps, the occasional faint rustle. Each time I convinced myself it was nothing, but deep down I felt uneasy. One night, I finally decided to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way to the attic entrance in the hallway. My hands trembled as I reached up and pulled the string to lower the attic ladder. A musty smell greeted me as I climbed up, the wooden steps creaking under my weight. I shone my flashlight around, expecting to find nothing but dust and old storage boxes. At first, everything looked normal. But then in the farthest corner of the attic, my light caught something that made my stomach drop. A small pile of food wrappers and an old blanket, crumpled as if someone had been sleeping there. I felt a surge of panic as the realization hit me. Someone had been living in my attic. My pulse pounded in my ears as I backed away, my flashlight shaking in my hand. My first instinct was to run, but I forced myself to stay calm. I needed to get out of the house and call the police. As I turned to climb back down, I heard a noise behind me, a rustling sound, followed by the faintest intake of breath. My entire body froze. I wasn't alone up here. I spun around, my flashlight scanning the space frantically. For a brief second, I thought I saw movement near one of the attic beams, but before I could get a clear look, I bolted. I climbed down the ladder as fast as I could, nearly stumbling in my rush to get away. As soon as my feet hit the hallway floor, I ran to my bedroom, slammed the door shut, and locked it. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. I whispered into the receiver, telling them someone was in my attic, that I needed help immediately. The wait for the police felt like an eternity. Every tiny noise in the house sent a fresh wave of fear through me. I kept my ear pressed to the door, straining to hear any movement outside. At one point I thought I heard faint footsteps coming down the attic ladder, but I was too terrified to move. I gripped my phone tightly, ready to call again if I had to. When the police finally arrived, I ran to open the door, my heart still racing. They moved quickly, searching the house with their flashlights drawn. 2 officers climbed into the attic while another stayed with me, asking questions about what I had heard and seen. I barely managed to answer, my voice shaking with adrenaline. A few minutes later, one of the officers called out from the attic, confirming what I had already feared. They found more than just food wrappers and blankets. There was a makeshift sleeping area, a few articles of clothing, and even a small stash of my belongings, things I hadn't even realized were missing. But the person who had been living up there was gone. The officers searched the house and the surrounding area, but there was no sign of anyone. Whoever had been staying in my attic must have heard me coming and escaped before they could be caught. That thought unsettled me more than anything else. They had been aware of me, watching, listening, knowing my routine well enough to slip in and out unnoticed. The police advised me to change my locks, secure my attic entrance, and consider installing a security system. That night, I barely slept, every creak and groan of the house making my skin crawl. The idea that someone had been living above me, hiding just feet away while I went about my daily life, was horrifying. I kept replaying all the small things I had ignored, all the warning signs I had brushed off. The next day, I had a locksmith replace all my locks and install a deadbolt on the attic hatch. I also set up motion sensor cameras around the house. I told myself that I was safe now, that whoever had been up there was gone for good, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched for months without even realizing it. Weeks passed, and the attic remained empty. I started to relax, convincing myself that the intruder had moved on. But every now and then I would hear a faint creak in the ceiling and my breath would catch in my throat. I knew it was probably nothing, just the house settling. But after what had happened, I wasn't willing to take any chances. I always made sure the attic was locked, and I never ignored strange noises again. Story 4. When I moved to a new city for work, I needed a place fast and didn't have the luxury of being picky. After searching for days, I found a Craigslist ad for a roommate in a decent neighborhood with cheap rent. The listing seemed normal: clean apartment, furnished room, utilities included. The person who posted it, someone named Jake, responded quickly and invited me to check the place out that evening. The apartment was in an older building, but it looked fine from the outside. Jake was waiting for me at the door. A tall guy with a friendly smile and a laid-back attitude. He showed me around, and everything looked just as advertised. The rent was almost too good to be true, but I was desperate, so I agreed to move in that weekend. On my first night, everything seemed normal. Jake was polite but mostly kept to himself, which I didn't mind. The apartment was quiet, and I was exhausted from moving, so I went to bed early. Sometime in the night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside my door, slow and deliberate, stopping just outside my room. I listened, my heart pounding, but the footsteps eventually moved away. The next morning I asked Jake if he had been up late, and he laughed it off, saying he had trouble sleeping sometimes. I shrugged it off, telling myself I was just getting used to a new place. But that night I woke up again to the same slow, measured footsteps. This time they didn't move away. I held my breath as I listened to someone standing just outside my door. After a few moments I heard a faint sound like a hand brushing against the wood. Then nothing. I lay awake until the sun came up, too afraid to open my door. In the daylight, it felt silly to be so paranoid. I told myself I was overreacting, but I started noticing other things that didn't add up. Jake never seemed to leave the apartment, but I rarely saw him in the common areas. The fridge was nearly empty, but he never ordered food or brought groceries. His room was always locked, even when he wasn't home. A few nights later, I was up late working on my laptop when I heard movement again. This time, the sound was coming from inside the walls. It was faint, almost like scratching, but it was there. I pressed my ear against the wall, and the sound stopped instantly. The next morning, I casually asked Jake about the building, hoping he would mention thin walls or mice or something that would explain what I heard. Instead, he just smiled and said, "You'll get used to the noises." His response sent a chill down my spine. I wasn't sure what was worse, the sounds themselves or the fact that he didn't seem surprised by them. That night, I locked my bedroom door, something I hadn't done before. I felt safer knowing there was a barrier between me and whatever was happening. But around 3 a.m., I woke up to a loud click. My doorknob was turning. I shot up in bed, my pulse racing. Someone was trying to open my door. I stayed completely still, listening as the knob rattled slightly before going still. Then, a whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but the voice was right outside my door. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, but then everything went silent. I stayed awake until dawn, not daring to move. When I finally worked up the courage to leave my room, the apartment was eerily quiet. Jake's door was slightly ajar, something that had never happened before. I hesitated before stepping closer. Peering inside, I expected to see a normal bedroom, but it was nearly empty. A mattress on the floor, a single chair, and a pile of notebooks stacked against the wall. There were no clothes, no personal items, nothing to suggest someone actually lived there. I picked up one of the notebooks, flipping through the pages. They were filled with writing, messy and frantic, repeating the same phrases over and over. They always come back. Watch while they sleep. This one stays. A chill ran through me, and I carefully set the notebook back down. I turned to leave, but something caught my eye, a small crawl space in the corner, its cover slightly pushed aside. My stomach twisted as I knelt down and pulled it open. Inside, there was a narrow tunnel leading into the darkness. That was it. I grabbed my keys and bag and walked straight out of the apartment. I didn't stop until I was a few blocks away, catching my breath as I called a friend and explained everything. They let me crash at their place while I figured out what to do next. The next day, I returned with a couple of friends to grab the rest of my things. The apartment was completely empty. No sign of Jake, no furniture, nothing. It was as if no one had ever lived there. The landlord, confused, told me the unit had been vacant for months. I didn't ask any more questions. I just packed my things and left, never looking back. To this day, I don't know who Jake really was, or what his intentions were. But I know one thing for sure: he wasn't looking for a roommate. Story 5. I had always enjoyed hiking alone, finding peace in the solitude of the woods. That day I had set out early, following a familiar trail deep into the forest. The crisp air smelled of damp earth and pine, and birds chirped in the distance. Everything felt calm, and I was confident in my ability to navigate the winding paths. At some point I must have veered off the main trail without realizing it. The trees around me looked unfamiliar, their dense branches weaving together to form a thick canopy. I checked my phone for GPS, but there was no signal. A slight unease settled in my stomach, but I told myself to stay calm and retrace my steps. I turned back the way I came, or at least I thought I did. The deeper I walked, the more everything started to blend together. The sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows that made the trees seem taller, almost looming. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the creeping sense of unease. Then I heard a faint sound, like footsteps crunching on leaves. I froze, my heart pounding as I scanned the trees around me. The forest was supposed to be empty, but I suddenly felt like I was being watched. I held my breath, listening, but the sound had disappeared as quickly as it came. Telling myself it was probably an animal, I pressed forward, hoping to stumble upon a recognizable landmark. The woods felt different now, the once peaceful silence now pressing down on me. Every rustling leaf or snapping twig made my skin prickle. The feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. As I walked, I caught sight of something strange between the trees. A small, weathered wooden structure stood partially hidden by overgrown bushes. It looked abandoned, its door slightly ajar, swaying gently with the breeze. My gut told me to keep walking, but curiosity pulled me closer. The closer I got, the more uneasy I felt. The cabin had no windows, just a gaping darkness inside. The air around it felt colder, as if the sun had forgotten to touch this part of the woods. Something told me I wasn't supposed to be there. Then, a noise came from inside, a soft shuffle, like someone shifting their weight. My chest tightened as I realized I wasn't alone. I took a step back, my instincts screaming at me to leave. The door creaked as it moved slightly, as if someone was about to come out. I turned and walked away as fast as I could without running. My pulse pounded in my ears, and I felt the weight of something unseen pressing down on me. The urge to look over my shoulder was overwhelming, but I forced myself to keep my eyes forward. I didn't want to see what might be behind me. The woods felt endless now, stretching on no matter which direction I turned. My breathing was shallow, my footsteps unsteady. Then, the sound of leaves crunching came again, closer this time. It wasn't just an animal. I broke into a run, no longer caring about being quiet. My boots pounded against the ground, branches snapping as I pushed through thick undergrowth. I could hear something moving behind me, matching my pace. My mind raced, but I couldn't afford to stop. A branch caught my jacket, yanking me back slightly, and in that split second, I heard breathing just behind me. It was slow and deliberate, like someone standing inches away. I ripped my arm free and sprinted forward, lungs burning as fear took over. Then, just ahead, I saw a break in the trees. The familiar curve of the main trail appeared like a lifeline. I didn't stop until my feet hit the well-worn dirt path. I turned back, chest heaving, but there was nothing there, only the still, dark woods. I stood there, catching my breath, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. The forest had gone eerily quiet, as if it had swallowed whatever had been chasing me. I waited, my hands shaking, but nothing emerged from the shadows. It was as if I had imagined it all. I didn't waste another second. I followed the trail back as fast as I could, my nerves on edge with every sound. The sun was sinking behind the horizon, and I knew I had been lucky. I had wandered too deep, into a part of the woods I was never meant to find. When I finally made it back to my car, I collapsed into the driver's seat, locking the doors immediately. My hands were still trembling as I started the engine. I looked at the forest one last time, half expecting to see someone standing at the tree line, but there was nothing. That night I barely slept, my mind replaying the events over and over. The sound of those footsteps, the unseen presence in the cabin, the breath at my back, it all felt too real to be my imagination. The woods had always felt safe to me, but now I wasn't sure. Days passed, but the feeling never left me. I searched online for any mention of an abandoned cabin in the area, but there was nothing. No records, no old maps showing its location. It was as if it had never existed. A week later, I finally convinced myself to return just to see in the daylight, to prove to myself that fear had made me exaggerate things. I followed the trail exactly as before, keeping track of every turn. But when I reached the place where I thought I had seen the cabin, there was nothing but trees. The undergrowth was thick and untouched, no sign that anything had ever been there. I stood there for a long time, listening, waiting for some sign that I hadn't imagined it. But the woods remained silent. I don't hike alone anymore. Something followed me that day, something I never saw but will always remember. The feeling of being watched, the sound of those footsteps, the impossible disappearance of the cabin, it all stays with me. Some places are meant to be left undiscovered. Story 6. It was late at night, and the house was quiet except for the occasional creak of the old wooden floors. I was curled up on the couch, half asleep, when I heard something outside. At first I thought it was just the wind rustling the branches or a raccoon digging through the trash. The sound wasn't alarming, just a soft shuffling like footsteps on the grass. I sat up, rubbing my eyes as I listened more closely. The noise continued, steady and deliberate, moving along the side of the house. My heart picked up speed as I glanced toward the window, my pulse drumming in my ears. I told myself it was nothing, maybe just a stray cat or an animal passing through. Then I saw the shadow move. It stretched across the yard, shifting as if someone was standing just beyond my line of sight. My breath hitched and I froze, staring at the dark shape cast against the ground. The way it moved wasn't natural, it was too slow, too controlled, like whoever was out there knew I was watching. I reached for my phone, my fingers trembling slightly as I unlocked the screen. Should I call someone? The police? A neighbor? My mind raced through possibilities, but I hesitated. What if it was nothing? What if I was overreacting? The last thing I wanted was to be the person who called for help over a trick of the light. Taking a deep breath, I stood up and inched toward the window, careful not to make a sound. The outside light cast a faint glow over the yard, but it wasn't enough to see clearly. I squinted, trying to make sense of the shifting darkness beyond the glass. Then, without warning, the shadow disappeared. A chill ran down my spine as I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, scanning the yard. There was nothing there, no movement, no sound, just the empty stillness of the night. I let out a shaky breath, feeling foolish for getting so worked up. It was probably just my imagination playing tricks on me. I turned away from the window, ready to brush it off and go to bed. But then, I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, this time right outside the back door. The floorboards creaked beneath me as I slowly stepped backward, my heart pounding so loudly I could hear it in my ears. Someone was out there. I moved quickly, flipping the lock on the door and checking the windows to make sure they were secure. My hands were clammy, my pulse erratic as I grabbed the heaviest object I could find, a metal flashlight from the kitchen counter. I wasn't sure what I planned to do with it, but holding it made me feel a little less helpless. For a moment, everything was still. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating, as I stood there gripping the flashlight. Then, just as I started to think whoever it was had gone, the doorknob rattled. I nearly dropped the flashlight as I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat. I swallowed hard, willing myself to stay calm. I needed to think. My phone was still on the couch, too far away to grab without making noise. The only thing between me and whoever was outside was a locked door, and that suddenly didn't feel like enough. I had to act fast. Summoning every ounce of courage, I crept toward the hallway and grabbed my phone. My fingers fumbled as I dialed, my breathing shallow as I pressed the device to my ear. The line rang once, twice, then stopped. I listened, expecting to hear a voice on the other end, but there was nothing. Just silence. My stomach twisted as I pulled the phone away and checked the screen. No signal. The bars had been full just minutes ago, but now there was nothing. My skin prickled as realization set in, whoever was outside might have done something to my phone signal. The thought sent a wave of nausea through me. A sudden knock against the door made me jump. It wasn't a normal knock, it was slow, deliberate, like whoever was out there was toying with me. I clenched my jaw, gripping the flashlight tighter as I backed toward the hallway. My mind screamed for me to do something, but I felt paralyzed, trapped in the moment. Then, as quickly as it started, the knocking stopped. The silence stretched on, heavier than before, until I couldn't take it anymore. I forced myself to move, stepping toward the window again, peering outside with bated breath. The yard was empty. The driveway was empty. but the uneasy feeling in my gut told me I wasn't alone. I stayed awake the rest of the night, every small sound making me jump. Hours passed before the first light of dawn began creeping through the windows, and only then did I finally feel safe enough to move. My phone signal returned, as if nothing had happened, but I didn't bother calling anyone. By that point, I wasn't even sure what I would say. I checked the yard once more, hoping to find some kind of explanation. There were no footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing to prove what I had seen. But I knew it hadn't been my imagination. Someone had been there watching, waiting. And worst of all, I had no idea if they would come back. Story 7. It started on a regular Monday morning. I was heading to work like I always did, grabbing my usual coffee from the cafe on the corner. The line was short, and as I waited, I noticed a man standing near the door. He wasn't ordering anything, just watching. At first, I thought nothing of it. People spaced out all the time, lost in their own world. But as I left the cafe, I caught him in my peripheral vision, turning to walk in the same direction as me. I brushed it off as coincidence until I reached my office building, and he stopped just outside, watching as I went inside. The next morning, I saw him again. He was across the street when I stepped out of my apartment, wearing the same dark jacket. He didn't make any move toward me, but I could feel his eyes following me as I walked. I felt uneasy, but I convinced myself I was overthinking it. Days passed and I noticed him more and more. He was always there, sometimes near my work, sometimes by the cafe, and once standing across from my apartment building at night. He never approached, never spoke, but he always watched. My routine had never felt dangerous before, but suddenly, I was hyper-aware of every step I took. One evening as I walked home, I saw him again. He was standing near a bus stop, but this time he smiled. It wasn't friendly, it was knowing. It sent chills through me, but I forced myself to ignore it and kept walking. I locked my door the moment I got inside, heart pounding. The following morning, I took a different route. I walked an extra 3 blocks just to avoid passing by where he usually stood. I told myself I was being paranoid, but when I reached my office, I felt a lump in my throat. He was already there, leaning against a lamppost, as if he had been waiting. I stayed late at work that night, hoping he would give up and leave. By the time I stepped outside, the streets were nearly empty. I kept my head down, walking quickly, but halfway home I felt that unmistakable feeling of being watched. I turned slightly, and there he was, a few steps behind me. Fear surged through me and I picked up my pace. I ducked into a convenience store, pretending to browse while sneaking glances toward the entrance. He stopped outside, looking in, but didn't follow. I stayed inside for nearly 20 minutes, hoping he would leave. When I finally stepped out, he was gone. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow outside my window felt like a threat. The next morning, I called in sick, afraid to leave my apartment. I debated calling the police, but what would I say? He hadn't done anything, just stood there, just watched. By noon, I had convinced myself I needed to go about my life. I went to grab lunch from a nearby deli, keeping my head on a swivel the entire time. As I stepped back into my apartment building, a voice called my name. I froze. It was him. He was standing near the mailboxes, smiling in that same unsettling way. "You always get lunch around this time," he said casually. My stomach dropped as I backed away toward the stairs, fumbling with my keys. I tried to stay calm, forcing out a nervous laugh. "Do I know you?" I asked, hoping this was some awful misunderstanding. His smile widened as he tilted his head. "Not yet," he said, "but I know you." My hands were shaking as I made it into my apartment and locked the door. I pressed my back against it, my mind racing. How did he get inside the building? How did he know my name? My schedule. My stomach twisted as I realized he had been following me for longer than I thought. I called the police, but they didn't seem overly concerned. Has he threatened you? They asked. Has he tried to hurt you? I had no real evidence beyond my own fear. They took a report but didn't promise much. The next few days I barely left my apartment. I worked from home, avoiding the outside world as much as I could, but my fear didn't lessen, it grew. Every time I looked out my window I expected to see him standing there, and one night I did. He was across the street, looking directly up at my window. I yanked the curtain shut, my heart hammering in my chest. I called the police again, demanding they take it seriously. An officer arrived a half hour later, but by then he was gone. They reassured me, but their words felt empty. The next day, I decided to stay with a friend. I packed a small bag and ordered a rideshare, constantly glancing over my shoulder. But as I stepped outside, my stomach dropped. He was there, waiting. He smiled like always, but this time he spoke. Leaving town? He asked, as if we were old friends. I didn't answer, I just ran to the car, slamming the door behind me. The driver asked if I was okay, and I barely managed to nod. For weeks I stayed away, refusing to go home. When I finally did, I checked every lock, every room, every corner. I hoped he had moved on. But the next morning, as I stepped out of my building, my blood turned to ice. There was a note tucked under my windshield wiper. 3 simple words. See you soon. Story 8. I had been talking to him online for a few weeks before we finally decided to meet in person. He seemed charming, funny, and interested in all the same things I was. Our conversations were easy, and I started to feel like I had genuinely met someone I could connect with. When he suggested we grab dinner at a quiet little restaurant downtown, I didn't hesitate to say yes. The night of the date, I arrived a little early and found a booth near the back. The restaurant was cozy, dimly lit, and not too crowded, which made me feel at ease. A few minutes later, he walked in, smiling as he made his way over to me. He looked just like his pictures, but something about him felt off the moment he sat down. His eyes were too intense, his smile just a little too wide. I brushed it off as nerves, telling myself that first impressions could be misleading. We ordered drinks, and the conversation started out normal enough, but it didn't take long for things to shift. He asked personal questions, things that felt too invasive for a first date. "Do you live alone?" he asked casually, stirring his drink. His tone was light, but something about the question made my stomach twist. I hesitated before lying, saying I had a roommate. He nodded, but the way he looked at me sent a chill down my spine, like he knew I was lying. As dinner went on, the unease grew. He kept steering the conversation towards strange topics, dark stories about missing people, unsolved crimes, and places no one ever came back from. Every time I tried to change the subject, he would smile and bring it right back. There was a strange energy in the air, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. When the check came, he reached for it without hesitation. "I've got this," he said, his voice smooth but firm. I thanked him, forcing a smile, but I already knew I wanted to go home. He was nice enough on the surface, but there was something lurking beneath that made my skin crawl. As we stepped outside, the cool night air did little to settle my nerves. He offered to walk me to my car, but I declined, saying it wasn't far. His expression darkened for the briefest moment before he smiled again. "At least let me walk you part of the way," he insisted. I didn't want to argue, so I let him walk beside me down the quiet street. The city lights cast long shadows, stretching across the pavement, making the night feel even darker. We passed an alley, and out of the corner of my eye I saw him glance toward it. My instinct screamed at me to be careful. "You know," he said suddenly, his voice lower, more serious, "you're a lot different in person." His words sent a shiver through me, and I forced a laugh, pretending not to be bothered. "Is that a good thing?" I asked, trying to keep the mood light. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he stopped walking, tilting his head slightly as he studied me. "I thought you'd be easier," he finally said, almost like he was disappointed. My blood ran cold, and I took a small step back. "Easier," I repeated, my voice barely above a whisper. He smiled again, but this time it didn't reach his eyes. Before I could react, he lunged. His hand grabbed my wrist with a strength that sent a jolt of panic through my body. I yanked away, but his grip tightened. My heart pounded as I twisted, trying to break free, my breath coming in sharp, frantic gasps. "Let go of me," I said, my voice shaking. His smile never faded, and that terrified me more than anything. It was like he was enjoying this, savoring my fear. I dug my nails into his skin, finally managing to wrench myself free, and without thinking I ran. I didn't look back as I bolted down the sidewalk, my footsteps echoing in the empty night. My car was only a block away, but it felt like miles. Every shadow, every sound made my pulse hammer harder. I could hear his footsteps behind me, steady and unhurried, like he knew I had nowhere to go. My breath came in ragged gasps as I fumbled for my keys. My hands were shaking so badly that I dropped them. As I crouched to grab them, I saw his shadow stretch across the pavement. He was getting closer. The second my fingers closed around the keys, I jumped up, yanked the car door open, and threw myself inside. I locked the doors just as he reached the handle. He didn't yank or bang on the window. Instead, he just stood there, staring at me through the glass with that same eerie smile. I started the engine, my hands trembling, and slammed my foot on the gas. My tires screeched as I sped away. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, parked outside a gas station with my hands still gripping the wheel. My entire body was shaking, and I could barely breathe. I had been seconds away from something terrible happening, and the realization made my stomach churn. I didn't go home that night. I was too scared he had followed me, too paranoid to be alone. Instead, I called a friend and stayed at their place, my mind replaying every moment of that night over and over. The way he looked at me, the way he spoke, the way he didn't even seem surprised when I ran. The next morning, I deleted my dating app. I blocked his number, erased all traces of our conversations, but it wasn't enough to shake the fear. I kept thinking about what he said before he grabbed me. "I thought you'd be easier." How many other people had he said that to? And how many of them never got the chance to run? Story 9. It was late when I requested the Uber, and the streets were nearly empty. I had spent the evening with friends, and I was exhausted, ready to get home and sleep. When the car pulled up, I glanced at my phone to check the license plate. It matched, so I opened the door and slid into the back seat without hesitation. The driver was a middle-aged man with short, graying hair and a quiet demeanor. He barely acknowledged me as I buckled my seatbelt, only giving a short nod before pulling away from the curb. That wasn't unusual. Some drivers preferred silence, and I wasn't in the mood for small talk either. I leaned my head against the window and let out a slow breath, watching the dim streetlights blur past. A few minutes into the ride, I noticed we weren't taking the usual route. I knew my way home well, and this wasn't it. At first I thought maybe he was following a GPS shortcut, so I let it slide. But then we made another turn that felt completely off, and a nagging sense of unease settled in my stomach. I checked the app to see the route, but it didn't match where we were going. The car icon on the map was veering away from my home, heading in the opposite direction. My pulse quickened as I glanced up at the driver. "I think we're going the wrong way," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't respond, just kept driving, his face emotionless. A chill ran down my spine as I tried again. "Excuse me, I think you missed the turn." This time he let out a small sigh but still didn't look at me. "I know a better way," he said flatly. His tone was calm, but something about it made my skin crawl. My hands curled into fists in my lap, my mind racing through my options. I tapped the screen of my phone, pretending to send a message to a friend. In reality, I was trying to share my location, but the signal was weak. The little loading circle spun endlessly, refusing to send. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stay composed. "I'd really prefer if we just took the route on the app," I said, making my voice firmer this time. He didn't answer. Instead, he took another turn, leading us down a narrow road with fewer streetlights. The buildings became more spaced out, and I realized we were heading toward the outskirts of the city. My heart pounded as I forced a shaky laugh. "Look, I think I'm just going to get out here," I said. I reached for the door handle, but the locks clicked shut before I could move. Panic surged through me, and I yanked at the handle again, but it wouldn't budge. "Why did you lock the doors?" I asked sharply. The driver let out a slow breath, still staring straight ahead. "It's for your safety," he murmured. His voice was eerily calm, like he had rehearsed this moment. My breath caught in my throat, my hands shaking now. I glanced around, searching for an escape. The windows wouldn't roll down and the child locks were on. My only hope was my phone, but when I looked down, the app was still stuck loading. I opened my messages and quickly typed, "Help, Uber driver." Wrong way, but the message failed to send. The signal was gone. "Where are we going?" I demanded, my voice shaking now. He remained silent, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. The car picked up speed, and the roads grew darker. There were fewer houses now, just long stretches of empty land and distant trees. My stomach twisted as the realization hit me I was completely alone with him. I forced myself to stay calm, thinking fast. "I have people waiting for me," I lied. "They know my route. If I don't get home soon, they'll call the police." For the first time, his expression shifted. His eyes flickered to the rearview mirror, meeting mine briefly. It was the first sign of hesitation I had seen. Seizing the moment, I tried the door again, shaking it harder this time. "Let me out," I shouted, my voice breaking. The car slowed slightly, and I saw his fingers flex against the steering wheel. "You don't need to panic," he said, but his voice wasn't as steady as before. I knew then that he wasn't expecting resistance. My heart pounded as I searched for anything I could use as a weapon. My keys were in my pocket, and I gripped them tightly between my fingers. "Stop the car now, or I'm calling the cops," I bluffed, holding up my phone even though I had no signal. His jaw tensed, and for a long moment he didn't respond. Then, suddenly, the car slowed, pulling onto the side of the road. My breath came in sharp gasps as he unlocked the doors. "Go," he muttered, not looking at me. I didn't hesitate. I shoved the door open and scrambled out, my legs shaking as I stumbled onto the pavement. The second I was out, the car sped off, disappearing into the night. I stood there, heart pounding, gasping for air. I had no idea where I was, but I wasn't about to stay there. I ran toward the nearest set of lights in the distance, hoping to find help. My phone finally buzzed back to life, and I immediately called the police. As I gave them my location, I realized how close I had come to something terrible. The police arrived 20 minutes later and took my statement. They tracked the driver through the app, but his account had been deactivated. He was gone, just like that. The officers told me I was lucky to have gotten away when I did. I didn't need them to tell me that I already knew. To this day, I don't know what his intentions were or where he had planned to take me. But I do know one thing: I will never get into a car without checking everything twice again. The thought of what could have happened still haunts me, and every time I take a ride, I make sure to keep my phone's location shared. That night, I learned a lesson I will never forget. Story 10. The office was nearly empty when I glanced at the clock. It was well past my usual hours, but I had a deadline approaching and needed to finish my work. The quiet felt eerie, the hum of the air conditioning the only sound. I told myself it was just another late night, nothing unusual. As I typed away, I heard a faint noise in the distance. It sounded like the rustling of papers or the creak of a chair. I froze, listening carefully, but everything was silent again. I shook my head, convincing myself it was just my imagination. A few minutes later, I heard it again, this time footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps echoed down the hallway. My heart began to race as I turned toward the open doorway. The office should have been empty by now. I stood up cautiously and peeked into the hallway. The fluorescent lights flickered slightly, casting long shadows on the floor. I could see the other offices were dark, their doors shut, but at the far end of the hall, one light was still on. I hesitated before stepping out. Maybe it was just a coworker who had forgotten something. But the closer I got, the more uneasy I felt. The office with the light on belonged to one of my colleagues, but he had left hours ago. I reached the door and peered inside. The desk was empty, and the chair was slightly pulled out. A stack of papers had been knocked over, scattered across the floor. It looked like someone had left in a hurry. A chill ran down my spine as I turned back toward my own office. The hallway seemed longer now, stretching endlessly before me. The silence was suffocating, and I felt an overwhelming sense of being watched. I walked quickly, my footsteps louder than I intended. As I reached my desk, I grabbed my things and shut my laptop. I decided I had done enough work for the night. Whatever was going on, I didn't want to be here any longer. Just as I reached for my coat, I heard another sound, a soft whisper. It was so faint I almost thought I had imagined it. But then it came again, closer this time, like someone speaking just behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. The office remained still, unchanged. My pulse pounded in my ears as I grabbed my bag. I moved quickly toward the exit, refusing to look back. As I reached the stairwell, I heard footsteps again, but this time they were coming from behind me. They weren't slow anymore. They were fast, purposeful, closing the distance between us. I bolted down the stairs, my heart hammering in my chest. My breath came in short gasps as I reached the lobby. The security guard at the front desk looked up in surprise. He must have seen the panic on my face. "Is everything all right?" he asked, standing up. I opened my mouth to explain but hesitated. I didn't know how to put it into words. Saying I heard whispers and footsteps sounded ridiculous. I forced a smile and nodded. Just working late. Got a little spooked, I guess. The guard gave me a curious look, but didn't press the issue. I hurried out of the building, relieved to be in the open air. The cold night breeze hit me, grounding me in reality. I walked quickly to my car, glancing over my shoulder more than once. The office building stood tall and dark behind me, the glow of a single office light still visible on the top floor. I didn't stay late at work again for a long time, but every now and then I think about that night. The whispers, the footsteps, the eerie feeling of not being alone. And sometimes I wonder if someone or something had been waiting for me to notice them. Story 11. I was traveling for work and had just checked into a small hotel on the outskirts of town. It was a quiet, somewhat rundown place, but I didn't mind. The room was clean and I was only staying for one night, so I figured it would do the job. The bellhop had been friendly, and after helping me with my luggage, he left with a smile, leaving me alone to unpack and relax. As the evening wore on, I settled into the room. I turned on the TV to drown out the silence, and began going through my emails on my phone. The hotel was eerily quiet, with no sounds of guests or staff. At first I didn't think much of it. I was used to staying in places like this when I had to travel for work. The silence felt almost peaceful, but something about it started to feel a bit too still, like something was off. I decided to take a shower to unwind after the long day of travel. As the warm water hit my skin, I tried to shake off the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was a strange sensation, as though I was being watched, though I couldn't pinpoint why. The feeling grew stronger the longer I was in the shower, but I dismissed it as just a result of being in a new, unfamiliar place. I turned off the water and stepped out, the mist from the shower clouding up the bathroom mirror. That's when I heard the sound of footsteps coming from the hallway outside my door. I froze, trying to make out if anyone was walking by. I listened closely, and the footsteps seemed to get louder, closer, and then they stopped. My heart raced. I waited for a knock on the door or a call from the front desk, but nothing came. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe just the old building creaking or someone moving around, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I wrapped myself in a towel and went back into the main room to find my phone. As I walked across the room, I noticed the mirror on the wall across from me. It was fogged up from the steam, and I absent-mindedly wiped a spot with my hand to get a better view. That's when I noticed a faint smudge in the fog on the mirror. It looked like a handprint. My breath caught in my throat. There was no way it was mine. I hadn't touched the mirror, and the print was far too big. I stood frozen in front of it, my mind racing. Was someone else in the room with me? I checked the door again, making sure it was still locked. Everything was exactly as I had left it, and I had heard no one enter. I quickly grabbed my phone to call the front desk, but hesitated. Maybe I was overreacting. I hadn't seen anyone after all. Still, the sense of unease was growing, gnawing at me from the inside. I decided to check the bathroom one more time, thinking maybe I'd missed something earlier. I turned on the light and scanned the room, checking for anything out of place. Everything seemed normal. The only thing that felt off was the air, thick with tension, and the sense that something had changed while I wasn't looking. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of the bathroom, a shadow, barely visible but unmistakable. My heart skipped a beat. The shadow was moving, but when I blinked, it vanished. My first instinct was to leave, to grab my things and run, but I told myself I was just imagining things. I wasn't alone, but I wasn't in danger either. I had to calm down. I walked back to the room and sat down on the bed, trying to steady my breath. The silence was overwhelming now, like the building itself was holding its breath. Then I heard it again. This time it wasn't footsteps, it was a whisper, barely audible, but it was there. It came from the far corner of the room, near the window. I stood up and backed away slowly, my eyes darting around the room. I felt a cold breeze brush my skin and I shivered involuntarily. The whisper came again, clearer this time, but the words were muffled and unintelligible. I couldn't tell if it was real or if my mind was playing tricks on me. I was done. I grabbed my phone and rushed to the door, ready to call the police or anyone who could help. But when I opened the door, there was no one in the hallway. The hotel was silent, just as it had been when I arrived. The feeling of being watched lingered, though like a presence just outside my reach. I stepped back into the room, trying to gather my thoughts. But as I did, I saw something I hadn't noticed before, a shadow moving across the floor. It was too much to take in. I backed away from the door and turned to face the room, every nerve in my body on high alert. My hand gripped the doorknob as I tried to steady my breathing. That's when I heard the distinct sound of breathing behind me. Slowly I turned around, and to my horror, there was no one there. The room was empty, just as it had been when I first entered. The silence that followed was almost deafening. I stood still, unable to move or speak. It felt like the room itself had swallowed me whole. I didn't know who or what was in there with me, but I knew I wasn't alone anymore. My body moved before my mind could catch up, and I bolted out of the room, leaving everything behind. I didn't look back until I was outside, safe in the cool night air. When I spoke to the front desk the next morning, they told me that the room I stayed in had a history of strange occurrences, though they didn't elaborate further. I left the hotel without looking back, but the experience stayed with me, haunting my thoughts long after. I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone had been watching me all along. Story 12. I had always been a heavy sleeper, so when I woke up one morning feeling unusually cold, it didn't immediately register that something was wrong. The first thing I noticed was the unsettling draft that seemed to creep in from the hallway. I rubbed my eyes and glanced around, expecting to see my usual warm, cozy surroundings, but instead, I saw the front door standing wide open. My heart skipped a beat as I bolted upright, my mind racing to make sense of the situation. The door had been locked when I went to bed, I was sure of it. I hadn't been drinking or doing anything that would cause me to forget such an important task. My stomach tightened as I swung my legs off the bed and stood, the floor cool beneath my feet. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I was still dreaming, but the chill in the air told me otherwise. I slowly walked toward the hallway, my breath shallow and quick. As I neared the entrance, I saw something that made my blood run cold, muddy footprints leading from the door and into the living room. The prints were fresh, thick, and unmistakable, as though someone had stepped in mud right before entering my home. I felt a jolt of panic, and my first instinct was to rush to the door to check if someone was still out there. I approached cautiously, peeking through the open doorway, but there was no one in sight. My mind raced. Who would have come into my house while I was asleep? Why would they leave the door open? I stepped back from the door, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. My thoughts were clouded with confusion and fear, unsure of what to do next. The muddy footprints continued across the hardwood floor, each one leaving a dark, wet stain behind. I followed them into the living room, my footsteps soundless on the wood. It was then that I noticed something else. My furniture had been moved. The couch, which I always pushed back against the wall, was now several feet away from its usual spot. My heart pounded in my chest as I took another step forward, trying to steady myself. I had no idea what I was walking into. It could be a prank, or it could be something much more sinister. My mind flashed to the worst-case scenarios. Had someone broken in while I was sleeping? Were they still inside? I grabbed my phone from the coffee table and dialed the police. A line rang, but I couldn't bring myself to speak. What would I even say? That someone had entered my home in the night, left muddy prints, and moved my furniture. It sounded absurd, but the evidence was right in front of me. After a long moment of indecision, I hung up and dialed a friend instead. I knew I needed someone to help me make sense of this. As the phone rang, I anxiously glanced around, half expecting someone to jump out from behind the furniture. My friend picked up on the second ring, and I rushed to explain the situation in a breathless tone. She listened patiently, offering comfort as I described the mess in my house. She suggested I wait for the police, but the longer I stood in the living room, the more the feeling of dread intensified. The muddy footprints seemed to stretch farther than I initially thought. They wound through the hallway and into the kitchen. The back door was shut tightly, as it always was, but the thought of someone entering from the front still made me feel uneasy. I could feel my anxiety building with every passing second. I knew I should stay put, wait for the authorities, but my feet moved on their own. I began to walk toward the kitchen, where the footprints led. As I stepped into the room, I stopped dead in my tracks. The kitchen was untouched, nothing had been disturbed. It looked exactly the same as it had the night before, but there by the sink was a single mud-caked shoe print, larger than the others. I crouched down, inspecting it closely. It didn't look like any shoe I recognized. My mind raced. The figure who had entered my home wasn't someone I knew, I was certain of it. And yet they had come in so easily, leaving such an eerie trail behind them. My thoughts returned to the open door. Why hadn't they closed it? Why had they just left it ajar? I backed away from the print, feeling the cold air prickling my skin. I could hear the distant sound of sirens, but the longer I waited, the more I questioned my next move. My phone was still clutched tightly in my hand, but I wasn't sure whether I should leave the house to meet the police or stay put. I felt trapped, not just in my home, but in the uncertainty of what had happened. It wasn't until the police arrived that I realized how much time had passed. 2 officers stepped inside, their presence somewhat calming despite the chaos I was feeling. I explained everything as best I could: the open door, the muddy footprints, the displaced furniture. The officers carefully examined the footprints, taking photos and dusting for prints. They questioned me about any possible suspects, but I couldn't think of anyone who would do something like this. The investigation didn't lead to any immediate answers. The officers left after gathering their evidence, promising to check for any possible leads. They told me to secure the door and windows, and to let them know if anything else unusual happened. As I locked up for the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside my home, and they hadn't just come for something material. In the days that followed, I tried to return to normal. But every time I walked past the front door, I couldn't help but wonder if someone was watching me from the shadows. I never figured out who had entered my home that night, and to this day the memory of those muddy footprints still haunts me. I have since installed a security system, but the unease lingers, a reminder that sometimes the scariest thing is not knowing what or who is right outside. Story 13. I had lived in the same quiet neighborhood for years, and I had always found comfort in its calm, predictable rhythms. Each morning I'd step outside to grab the paper and see my neighbor, Mr. Collins, sitting in his front yard, sipping his coffee. He was a quiet man, never too friendly, but not unfriendly either. We'd exchange a quick nod or a good morning, and that was the extent of our interaction. Over time, though, I began to notice something odd. Mr. Collins would sit there every single morning, his eyes fixed on me. It wasn't a casual glance, but an unwavering stare that felt far too intense for someone I barely knew. I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe he was just lost in thought or enjoying the morning sun. But as the days went on, I began to feel more and more uncomfortable with his gaze. At first, it was just a quick glance whenever I came outside, but soon I started to feel his eyes on me, even when I was inside my house. I'd catch a glimpse of him standing in his front yard, watching me through the window. The worst part was that he never moved, he just stood there, eyes locked on me, not blinking or looking away. It felt like he was studying me, and it sent a chill down my spine. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself that I was being paranoid. Maybe he was just a lonely man who enjoyed watching the world go by, I thought. But as time passed, the unease only grew. I found myself checking the window every time I walked by it, hoping I wouldn't see him standing there. I started to avoid going outside during certain hours, just to keep from having to deal with his unsettling stare. One evening, as I was sitting on the couch, I happened to glance out the window. Mr. Collins was sitting in his usual spot in the yard, but this time, something was different. He wasn't just staring at me from his front yard, he was sitting in his living room, his face pressed against the window, looking directly into my house. My heart skipped a beat. How had he gotten inside? I was sure I hadn't seen him leave the yard. The idea that he was now in his house, still staring at me, made my stomach churn. I immediately pulled away from the window, my pulse quickening. I couldn't shake the image of his face, his eyes wide and unblinking, like he was watching me through the glass. I tried to convince myself it was just a trick of the light or some strange angle, but the feeling of being watched didn't fade. I stood there, frozen, my mind racing with possibilities. What was he doing in there? How long had he been watching me from inside? The next day I decided to confront him. I couldn't take it anymore, this creeping sense of paranoia. I walked over to his house, my nerves on edge. I knocked on his door, hoping he wasn't home, but hoping even more that he would answer so I could get some explanation for his behavior. The minutes dragged by and I almost gave up, but then I heard shuffling from inside. The door creaked open, and there he was, standing in the doorway, his expression blank. "Hello, Mr. Collins," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I've noticed you've been looking at my house a lot lately. Is everything okay?" He blinked at me slowly, as though processing my words. "Oh yes," he finally said, his voice soft and calm. "I'm just sitting here, enjoying the view." I tried to explain how his staring had made me uncomfortable, but he didn't seem to grasp the seriousness of it. He gave me a small, awkward smile and muttered something about being a quiet, private person who liked to observe the world. He didn't apologize, didn't acknowledge how unsettling it had been. After a few more awkward moments, I left, feeling more unsettled than ever. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak and groan of the house made my heart race. I kept thinking about Mr. Collins and the strange way he'd answered me, as if nothing was wrong. The next morning I was hesitant to even leave my house. I checked my windows constantly, afraid that he'd be watching again, and then it happened. As I stepped outside to get the mail, I caught sight of him once more, standing in the front yard, staring directly at me. But this time he wasn't just sitting there. He was standing in my driveway, his eyes locked onto mine, his face expressionless. My heart pounded in my chest. This was no longer just an uncomfortable situation, it was a violation. He was on my property, in my space, without invitation. I took a deep breath and walked toward him, my hands trembling. "Mr. Collins," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You need to stop. You've been staring at me and following me, and it's not okay. If this continues, I will have to call the police." He didn't react immediately. He simply stood there, staring at me for a long moment, before finally speaking. "I'm sorry," he said in that same soft, almost emotionless tone. "I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I just wanted to know more about you." I didn't know what to say. The words were too strange, too chilling to process. I turned and walked back inside, my heart still racing. This time I didn't just lock the door behind me, I triple-checked every window, every lock, and I stayed inside for the rest of the day. Later that night, I called the police. I explained everything, from his constant staring to the fact that he had started showing up on my property. They promised to send someone to check it out, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was in danger. I stayed up until the early hours, unable to relax, every sound outside making my skin crawl. The police did visit him, and I never saw Mr. Collins outside again. The next day I saw him leaving his house with a suitcase, but I didn't ask where he was going. I was just relieved that he was leaving. Things eventually returned to normal in the neighborhood, but every now and then I'd glance out the window, half expecting to see him standing in the yard again. Thankfully, I never did. Story 14. I live alone in a small apartment, a place I've always felt comfortable in. It's quiet, tucked away on the second floor of an older building in a part of town that feels like it's just forgotten by the world. Most nights I sleep soundly, the kind of deep sleep where the world fades away. But one morning, something felt off. I woke up to my phone buzzing on the nightstand. Groggy, I picked it up and saw a series of messages waiting for me. They were from an unknown number. At first I didn't think much of it, figuring it was some random spam or marketing message. But as I swiped to open the texts, I felt a cold wave of dread wash over me. The first message was just a photo. It was a picture of me sleeping, taken from what appeared to be just beyond the edge of my bed. The angle was odd, as if the person who took it was standing at the foot of the bed, looking down at me while I was unaware. I didn't recognize the number, and my heart skipped a beat. I was alone in my apartment, or so I thought. The second photo came minutes later. This time it was a clearer shot, taken from inside my room, but this time I was facing the camera, my eyes closed. It was almost as if whoever had taken the picture was closer, standing just a few feet away from me as I slept. I didn't hear a thing. I checked my apartment immediately, searching for anything unusual. Nothing was out of place, but the feeling in my gut told me something was wrong. By now, panic was starting to take over. I checked all the windows and locked doors, making sure everything was secure. I even checked under the bed and inside the closet, just to reassure myself that no one was hiding there. But there was no sign of forced entry. I was alone. Still, the photos kept coming. The next one was even more unsettling. It was a close-up of my face, taken through the slightly open bedroom door. It was like the person had been standing there, watching me for hours. The message attached to the photo read, "You look so peaceful when you sleep." I felt the blood drain from my face. I immediately blocked the number, but I had a sinking feeling that wouldn't make a difference. That night, I barely slept. Every sound, every creak of the floorboards had me wide awake and hyper-alert. I kept the lights on and even left the TV running to drown out the silence. But as I lay there in the dark, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The next morning I received another photo. This time I was awake, sitting at my kitchen table, looking at my phone. Someone had taken the picture through the kitchen window, watching me from the outside. I called the police, but they couldn't do much. They told me that unless someone physically entered my apartment, there wasn't much they could investigate. They suggested I install cameras, which I did immediately, hoping to feel safer. I installed a camera by the front door and another in my bedroom, but the fear gnawed at me. What if someone was already inside my apartment? What if they knew every move I made? The next few days were filled with anxiety and paranoia. I couldn't walk around my apartment without feeling like eyes were following me. The cameras I installed never picked up anything, but I kept getting more photos. They were always taken while I was sleeping, always from different angles, as if the person was learning my habits. I checked the windows and doors every night, but nothing ever seemed out of the ordinary. One night, I decided to stay awake. I set up the cameras to record, determined to catch whoever was doing this. I stayed still, lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to ignore the creeping feeling that someone was in the room. After hours of staring at the dark ceiling, I finally drifted into a light sleep, but I woke up a short while later, jolted from my slumber. The camera feed was on, and as I checked it, my heart stopped. The footage showed nothing at first, just me lying in bed. But then, as I drifted into a deeper sleep, the footage began to flicker. For a split second, I saw a shadow moving at the edge of the frame. It was just a blur, but it was enough to send a chill down my spine. I immediately rewound the footage, hoping I had imagined it. But there it was again, the shadow, moving in and out of view, just beyond the doorframe. I had no idea what to do. I couldn't stay there, but I had nowhere else to go. I decided to stay with a friend for a few days, hoping to clear my head and get some distance from the overwhelming sense of dread. When I returned, I noticed something strange. There was a small piece of paper tucked into the doorframe. I pulled it out, my hands shaking. It read, "I'm always here." That was it. No signature, no explanation. It was as if the person was taunting me, letting me know that they had access to my apartment when I wasn't there. I packed my things and moved out that day. I didn't even bother looking back. I left my old life behind, hoping that the person who had been stalking me wouldn't follow. But even now, whenever I close my eyes at night, I still wonder if they're watching me. It's a feeling that doesn't go away. Story 15. I had been looking forward to this camping trip for weeks. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend in the woods, away from the noise of everyday life. My friends and I had set up camp by the lake, far enough from the trail to feel isolated but close enough to enjoy the view. As the sun set, we built a fire, shared stories, and made plans for a hike the next day. Everything felt perfect until the middle of the night. I had fallen into a deep sleep after a long day of hiking and laughter. The sounds of the forest outside my tent became a soothing lullaby. The rustling of leaves, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the distant croak of a frog were all I could hear. I had no idea how much time had passed when a sound broke through the calm, a faint rustling from outside my tent. At first I assumed it was the wind, or maybe an animal passing by. But as the noise grew louder, I began to wake up. The rustling was too deliberate, too close. I held my breath, straining to listen. The noise stopped for a moment, and I thought it was over, but then I heard it again, a soft, deliberate tug at the zipper of my tent. My heart raced, and panic set in. Who could it be? I was sure no one in our group would be outside at this hour. My mind raced, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I wanted to call out to my friends, but the thought of alerting whoever was outside terrified me more. I lay still, barely breathing, listening intently. The zipper pulled again, and this time I could hear it more clearly. Whoever was outside was trying to open the tent. I couldn't tell if it was a person or something else, but my instincts screamed that I was in danger. My hands were shaking, and I had to fight the urge to panic. I slowly reached for my phone in the dark, hoping the light wouldn't give away my position. My fingers brushed the screen, but it was too dark to see. The zipper moved again, and this time it sounded more forceful. Whoever was on the other side was persistent. I could hear their breathing, slow and steady, just outside the fabric. My thoughts were a blur as I realized they were close, too close. I could hear them moving around, possibly trying to figure out how to get inside. I had to act quickly. I carefully reached for the pocket where my flashlight was stashed, trying to make as little noise as possible. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could feel the cold sweat on my palms. I turned on the flashlight and aimed it at the zipper. For a moment the light flickered before it illuminated the tent fabric. I hesitated, then yelled, "Who's out there?" The rustling stopped immediately. The silence that followed was suffocating. I held my breath, praying that the person, if it was a person, would leave. But nothing happened. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours. I had no idea what to do. Should I unzip the tent and confront whoever was outside? Should I wake up my friends? After what felt like an eternity, the silence was broken by a soft, eerie whisper. It wasn't loud, but it was close. The voice was low and muffled, as though the person was trying to stay hidden. The words were unintelligible, but the tone was unmistakable, menacing. My stomach turned. I was terrified. The whispering continued for a few moments, and then, suddenly, the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, and heavy, moved away from my tent. I waited, my pulse racing. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to get out of the tent, but I didn't want to risk confronting whoever it was in the dark. I didn't know how many people were out there, or what their intentions were. I waited for what felt like forever, listening to the sounds of the forest and hoping the footsteps would fade away. But instead, the sounds grew distant and then stopped altogether. I cautiously unzipped the flap of the tent, just enough to peek outside. The campfire was still burning faintly, casting long shadows on the ground, but there was no sign of anyone. I didn't dare step outside, not yet. I waited in the darkness, watching, listening for any movement. My friends were still asleep, oblivious to what had happened. My heart was still racing, and I felt an overwhelming sense of unease, like I was being watched. I considered waking my friends up, but I didn't want to cause a panic. If it was someone from our group, I'd feel foolish. But if it wasn't, I spent the rest of the night with my flashlight in hand, keeping watch. The eerie silence was almost worse than the rustling outside the tent. Every time I heard a twig snap or a branch creak, I flinched. The night seemed endless, and I wasn't sure what I would do if whoever had been outside came back. Finally, as dawn began to break, the forest felt a little less oppressive. The first light of morning filtered through the trees, and I could hear the birds starting to sing again. The strange events of the night still lingered, but at least I felt less alone. I cautiously unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The campsite was exactly as we had left it, except for one thing: there were strange, muddy footprints near the edge of the camp. They looked fresh, like someone had been standing right there, just feet away from our tents. The realization made my blood run cold. Whoever had been outside was close, very close. I wasn't sure if they were still watching, or if they had left for good. I woke up my friends, telling them what had happened, but they didn't seem to believe me. They thought it was just a bad dream or some animal. But I knew what I had heard. I knew what I had felt. I wasn't about to stay around to find out more. We packed up and left the campsite early that morning. The woods felt different now, the shadows deeper, the quiet more unnerving. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching us all night. That experience stayed with me long after the trip was over, a reminder that the woods can be a lot darker than you think. Story 16. It was a typical Tuesday evening, and I had just finished up work and was heading home. The parking lot outside my office building was nearly empty, as usual. I'd been staying late for the past few days to finish up a project, and it had become a routine. As I walked to my car, the glow from the streetlights gave the lot a dull, empty feeling, and the only sound I could hear was my own footsteps. I reached my car and noticed something strange: a small, folded piece of paper on the windshield. It wasn't there when I had parked earlier, and my heart skipped a beat as I approached. The paper was unmarked, plain, and tucked neatly under the wiper blade. I hesitated for a moment before pulling it free, my fingers tingling with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. I unfolded the note, expecting it to be a flyer or some kind of advertisement. But when I read it, my stomach dropped. The note simply said, "I know." No other words, no explanation, just those two chilling words staring up at me. My breath caught in my throat as I glanced around, my eyes scanning the empty parking lot. Who could have left this, and what did it mean? I looked around again, convinced I must have missed someone, but the lot was still empty. A cold chill crept down my spine, and I quickly stuffed the note into my pocket, trying to shake off the eerie feeling creeping over me. Maybe it was just a prank. Someone from the office trying to mess with me. But the more I thought about it, the more unnerving the note seemed. I got into my car and started the engine, still feeling unsettled. The drive home was uneventful, but my mind kept racing. Who knew what? The words kept repeating in my head. Was it someone I knew? Someone I had crossed paths with recently? Or was it a total stranger? It felt too personal, too targeted to be random. When I arrived home, I locked the doors and double-checked the windows, feeling an irrational need for security. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I tried to brush it off as an overreaction, but every little noise seemed louder than usual that night. Even the sound of the wind outside made my heart race. I went to bed late that night, but sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing the words on the note. I know. What did it mean? Who was watching me? I kept thinking back to the last few weeks. Had I seen anything unusual? A strange car parked near my apartment. Someone lingering too long in the hallway at work. There had been nothing that stood out, but now everything felt suspicious. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I went through my usual routine, but it felt different. I kept checking over my shoulder, looking over my shoulder whenever I walked down the hall at work. Every sound made me tense up, as if someone was following me, waiting for me to make a mistake. I tried to talk myself out of the paranoia, but it was hard. That note had triggered something deep inside of me, and I couldn't ignore it. I started to wonder if I had missed something, a clue that would explain who was behind the note. Maybe it was someone from my past, someone I had forgotten about. A week passed with no other signs, and I started to convince myself that it had just been a strange prank. Maybe I had blown it out of proportion, I thought. But that all changed when I found another note on my windshield. It was the same as the first one, except this time it said, "I'm watching." The words sent a jolt of fear through me, and my hands trembled as I read them. Whoever this was, they weren't just messing around anymore. They knew something, and they were following me. I couldn't help but feel trapped in this bizarre game, but I had no idea what the rules were. I was frantic now, constantly looking over my shoulder, even at work. My colleagues started to notice my strange behavior. I couldn't focus on my tasks, and I kept feeling like someone was just behind me, watching. When I told a close friend about the notes, she urged me to report it to the police. But what could I say? A note. That didn't seem like something the police would take seriously. Days passed, and the notes kept coming, each one more unnerving than the last. "I know where you are. I'm waiting." And then finally, "It's time." The last note was the breaking point. I couldn't take it anymore. I felt like I was being hunted, like I was part of some twisted game I didn't understand. I called the police that night, reporting everything I could remember about the notes, even though they still hadn't given me much to go on. They promised to keep an eye on my apartment and check the area around my car for any security cameras that might help. But a part of me felt like I was running out of time. Whoever was doing this seemed to be closing in. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises outside my window, footsteps, soft but deliberate. I looked out into the darkness, but there was nothing there. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was standing just beyond the shadows, waiting for me to make the next move. The police never found any evidence, and after a few weeks the notes stopped coming. But the feeling never went away. Every time I looked over my shoulder, I wondered if they were still watching, who had left the notes, and why. The mystery haunted me long after the notes stopped, leaving me with a nagging question that I could never quite answer. Who knew? Story 17. It was a typical afternoon when I decided to take the long way home. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow across the sky. I'd just finished a long day at work and was looking forward to getting home, putting my feet up and relaxing. Little did I know my evening was about to take an unexpected and unnerving turn. As I cruised down the road, I saw a car pulled over on the side. It was an older sedan with a flat tire. There was a woman standing beside it, looking at the tire with a mix of confusion and frustration. I could tell she was trying to figure out how to change it but was struggling. I slowed down and rolled my window down, offering to help. The woman looked up in surprise, grateful for the offer. She was in her 30s with a sweater and jeans, her hair pulled into a messy ponytail. She introduced herself as Emily and said she didn't know much about cars. I told her it was no problem, and I'd be happy to help. As I got out of my car, I noticed she seemed a bit nervous, but I figured she was just stressed about being stranded. Changing the tire took a little longer than I expected, but we managed. I made small talk with Emily while I worked, asking if she needed to call anyone for help. She mentioned she was on her way to visit a friend and hadn't expected a problem with her car. She seemed genuinely appreciative, and I couldn't help but feel good about helping her out. Once the tire was fixed, Emily offered to buy me a coffee or lunch as a thank you. I declined, saying it wasn't necessary, and waved it off. As I got into my car and started to pull away, I saw her standing by her car, watching me leave. I gave a small wave, and she waved back. I thought that was the end of it. I drove the rest of the way home without thinking much of the encounter. However, as I turned onto my street and into my driveway, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. My house was a bit off the main road, and there weren't many cars that passed by, but tonight, something felt different. I dismissed the feeling and got out of my car, grabbing my things from the passenger seat. That's when I heard an engine running. At first, I thought it was just a car passing by, but then I realized it was slowing down. My stomach twisted. I glanced down the street and saw Emily's car, moving slowly, right past my driveway. I froze for a moment, trying to convince myself it was just a coincidence. After all, she could be heading home too. But something didn't sit right with me. I went inside and locked the door, trying to shake the unease that was building inside me. I told myself I was overreacting. After all, it was a small town, and I hadn't done anything wrong. But as I settled on the couch, I found myself glancing out the window, wondering if I'd see Emily's car again. The rest of the evening passed without incident, but I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that something was off. The next morning I headed to work as usual, trying to focus on the day ahead. But as I drove down the road, I saw Emily's car again. This time it was parked a few blocks away from my street. I tried to tell myself it was just a coincidence, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I couldn't shake the thought that she was following me. When I pulled into the parking lot at work, I saw her car parked in a space just a few rows over. My heart raced as I tried to keep calm. I didn't know what to do. Was it possible she was just in the same area? Or was she deliberately following me? For the next few days, I noticed her car more and more. I saw it parked down the street from my house, by the grocery store I frequented, even outside the cafe where I sometimes grabbed lunch. Every time I saw it, my anxiety grew. I started looking over my shoulder, wondering if I was being paranoid or if something was actually happening. One evening after work, I stopped by the gas station to fill up my car. As I was pumping gas, I spotted her standing across the parking lot, staring at me. My heart skipped a beat. I quickly finished, got into my car, and drove off, but I could see her following me in my rearview mirror. She was behind me, just a few cars back, her headlights glaring in the dark. I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't just lost or running errands. This wasn't normal. I decided to drive in circles, hoping to lose her. I made several turns, hoping to shake her off my tail. But no matter how many turns I made, she stayed behind me, a few car lengths back, as if she knew exactly where I was going. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I pulled into a well-lit, busy area, hoping to lose her in the crowd of cars. I parked in a crowded lot and stayed in my car, waiting to see if she would follow. For a long time, she just sat in her car, parked several spots away from mine. Then, after what felt like an eternity, she drove off, disappearing into the night. I didn't know if I should be relieved or terrified. It felt like she was trying to send a message, but I couldn't understand what it was. I didn't know her, and yet it felt like she was connected to me in some strange way. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every noise outside my window made me jump. Every shadow felt like a threat. The next day, I went to the police. I told them about the strange occurrences, about how she had followed me everywhere. But they didn't seem concerned, telling me that it could be a coincidence, or that she might just be in the same places as me. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just a coincidence. I still don't know what Emily's intentions were, or why she started following me. But I've learned to be cautious, always checking my rearview mirror and never assuming that something innocent is just that. Story 18. When I first moved into the apartment, everything seemed perfect. It was an old building with creaky floors and vintage charm, just what I was looking for. The rent was reasonable, and the location was ideal for my commute to work. I was thrilled to get the keys and start settling in, imagining how cozy it would feel once I added my personal touches. The landlord had mentioned that the previous tenant had left suddenly but assured me that everything was in order. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was just eager to start fresh in a new space. The apartment had a strange, musty smell when I first entered, but I assumed it was just from being vacant for a while. A little cleaning would fix that. As I unpacked boxes and arranged my furniture, I noticed a few things that seemed odd. First, the closets were larger than I expected, and the shelves were oddly deep, almost as if someone had intended to store more than just clothes. In the back of the closet, I found an old, dusty box. It looked out of place in such a well-kept apartment, so I opened it. Inside was a mix of personal items, old photos, a few pieces of jewelry, and a letter that had been partially torn. The handwriting was neat but faded. I didn't know whether to keep the box or throw it away, so I just pushed it to the back of the closet for later. The first few nights were peaceful enough, but then strange things began to happen. I would hear soft footsteps in the hallway outside my door late at night, even though I lived on the top floor and there were no other tenants around. The sound was subtle, like someone walking in slippers, but it was unmistakable. At first, I assumed it was just the building settling, but after a few nights, the noise grew more frequent and seemed to happen at the same time around 2 a.m. One night, I decided to leave my door slightly ajar to investigate the noise. As the footsteps grew closer, I stood still, holding my breath, trying to figure out where they were coming from. The hallway was dark, and there was no one in sight. But just as I was about to close the door, I saw something, a shadow that moved too quickly to be human. It darted from one side of the hall to the other, disappearing into the walls. I froze in place, heart pounding, unsure if I had imagined it. The next morning, I mentioned the odd noises to the landlord. He seemed uncomfortable, almost like he was hiding something. "The building is old," he said. "Settling and creaking are normal, especially at night. But don't worry about it." He avoided eye contact the entire time, which made me feel uneasy. It didn't help that his response didn't explain the shadow I'd seen or the way the footsteps felt too deliberate. Things started to escalate. The noises continued, but now I began to notice other strange occurrences. Items in my apartment would be moved when I was sure I hadn't touched them. A mug that I always kept in the kitchen would be on the counter instead of the cabinet. My bedroom lamp, which I turned off every night, would flicker on in the middle of the night. I thought I might be going crazy, but deep down I knew something was wrong. One evening, after returning home from work, I found a note on my kitchen table. It was written in the same faded handwriting I had seen on the letter in the box. It simply said, "I never left." My heart stopped. I looked around the apartment, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. Who had left this note, and why was it here? I searched the apartment but found no signs of anyone else being there. The strangest part was that I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even when I was home by myself. It wasn't just the noises or the moving objects, it was a presence, a feeling that someone was watching me. Sometimes when I sat in the living room, I would catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. A fleeting shadow would dart across the room, but when I looked directly at it, there was nothing there. One night, unable to take it any longer, I decided to confront whatever or whoever was in my apartment. I stayed up late, sitting quietly in the dark, waiting for the sounds to start. Sure enough, around 2 a.m., the footsteps began again. This time I was ready. I crept into the hallway, flashlight in hand, determined to find the source of the noise. I followed the footsteps to the old closet, the one where I had found the box of personal items. The door was slightly ajar, and I could see faint footprints on the floor, leading into the closet. My heart was racing as I opened the door fully. Inside there was no one, but the air felt heavier, almost suffocating. The box was gone. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind blew through the closet, despite the fact that all the windows were closed. I stepped back, and for a brief moment, I swore I saw a figure standing at the back of the closet, just beyond the shelves. It was too blurry to make out clearly, but it was there, watching me. I stumbled backward, my mind spinning with terror. I ran out of the apartment and didn't look back. I called the landlord, but when he answered, his voice was strange, almost mechanical. "You've seen her, haven't you?" he asked, as if he already knew. "She's still here. She never really left." I didn't stay to hear more. I packed my things the next day, leaving the apartment behind. To this day, I can't explain what happened or who the previous tenant was. But I know one thing for sure. The apartment was never truly empty. Story 19. It was a quiet evening when I first noticed something off. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone when a message popped up. It was just a string of random letters and symbols, but it was the first of several strange texts I'd received that night. At first, I assumed it was some sort of glitch or a prank, so I shrugged it off. The next text came an hour later. "Stop looking at your phone," it said. I froze, staring at the screen. The message seemed to be telling me what to do, but it was so vague and unnerving that I couldn't dismiss it as a coincidence anymore. My heart began to race as I checked the number. It wasn't one I recognized. I locked the door and tried to calm myself, but the tension in my chest only grew. I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I decided to ignore the messages for a while, hoping they would stop on their own. But they didn't. Another message appeared minutes later. "I see you." I felt a cold chill crawl down my spine. The house was empty except for me, or so I thought. I tried calling my friend, but the call wouldn't go through. My fingers trembled as I sent a quick text back, asking who they were, but there was no reply. Instead, the phone buzzed again. "Check the living room," the next message read. My breath caught in my throat as I looked toward the darkened doorway leading to the living room. The house felt eerily silent, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. I stood up slowly, my mind racing with possibilities, but I didn't want to check what if someone was really in the house. I turned on the lights, but there was no one in the living room. I breathed a sigh of relief, though the nagging feeling of being watched didn't subside. The texts kept coming, one after another. "I'm behind you." My skin prickled. I spun around, but once again there was no one there. The texts didn't stop, they only became more specific. "The kitchen lights are on." I froze. I hadn't been to the kitchen since dinner. My first instinct was to run, but I couldn't just leave my phone behind, knowing whoever was doing this could be watching me. I texted back, "Who are you?" but there was still no reply. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the drawer, just in case, and walked slowly toward the kitchen. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, my breath shallow with anxiety. As I stepped into the kitchen, everything appeared normal. The lights were on, but nothing was out of place. The texts kept coming though, each one making me feel more exposed. "Look out the window." The message felt like a command, like it was forcing me to obey. My hands were trembling so badly that the knife slipped from my grip and clattered to the floor. I stood there, staring at the window. Something wasn't right. I stepped closer to the window and peered outside. At first I saw nothing. The street was quiet, just the faint glow of streetlights casting shadows across the pavement. But as I scanned the yard, I thought I saw something moving in the dark. My breath caught in my throat. Was it a figure? A shadow? I backed away from the window and checked my phone again. "I'm right outside," the text read. The air around me felt thick with dread. I couldn't explain why, but every instinct told me to run, to get out of the house. But I couldn't. My feet felt like they were glued to the floor. I locked the kitchen door and then checked the back door. It was locked too. Whoever was doing this was still messaging me, and I had no idea where they were. My mind raced with possibilities. Had someone snuck into my house while I was distracted? Or was it all some twisted game? "Go to your room." The next message made my blood run cold. I glanced around, feeling the weight of the silence pressing down on me. I grabbed my phone, my hand shaking violently, and slowly made my way upstairs to my room. Each step felt heavier, as if the walls were closing in on me. Once in my room, I shut the door behind me and leaned against it. I checked my phone once more. The next message made me freeze. "I'm in your closet." I slowly turned to face the closet, my pulse thumping loudly in my ears. The door was slightly ajar, and the thought of opening it made my stomach turn. With shaky hands, I grabbed the doorknob and slowly pulled the door open. The closet was dark and empty except for the clothes hanging there. I exhaled relieved, but just as I was about to close the door, my phone buzzed again. "Don't turn around." I froze in place, my entire body stiffening. The air in the room seemed to freeze, and the silence was deafening. The tension was unbearable. Slowly, I turned my head. There, standing in the doorway of my room, was a figure. I screamed and bolted for the window, but the figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me with a cold, unblinking stare. I scrambled to unlock the window, but my hands were shaking too much. The figure stepped forward, and the door creaked behind me. Suddenly, I heard the sound of sirens outside. The figure froze and then vanished, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as it had appeared. The police arrived moments later, and I gave them my statement, feeling more confused and terrified than I ever had. They checked the house, but they didn't find anyone. They said it was likely a prank, though I wasn't convinced. The messages stopped after that night, but I never felt truly safe in my house again. I changed all my passwords, got a new phone number, and kept the doors locked at all times. I still don't know who it was or how they knew so much about me, but the fear I felt that night stayed with me long after the texts stopped. The mystery of it still lingers, and I wonder if the person is still out there. Story 20. The road stretched out before me, dark and quiet, with nothing but the hum of my car's engine and the occasional flicker of the headlights illuminating the empty highway. It was well past midnight, and I was making my way home after a long day. The night felt unusually still, the kind of silence that seemed to settle over everything, making the miles blur together. I didn't mind the solitude, in fact, I preferred it. But something made me glance in the rearview mirror, and I froze. A pair of headlights had appeared behind me, distant at first, but growing steadily closer. It wasn't unusual to see cars on this stretch of highway, but what caught my attention was how consistently this one car stayed behind me. No matter how many turns I made, how many roads I took, the car stayed right there. I shook my head and tried to brush it off. Maybe it was just another driver heading in the same direction, someone going home like me. But the further I drove, the more uncomfortable I became. It wasn't the usual passing glance of a car in the distance. It was as though this car had been following me for miles. Every time I checked, it was still there, headlights bright and unrelenting. I took a sudden right turn onto a smaller road, hoping to shake them off. But when I glanced back, the car followed suit. My heart started racing. It wasn't like I was doing anything suspicious, but the persistence of this car unsettled me. I sped up, trying to make it more difficult for the car behind me to keep up. Yet, no matter how fast I drove, the headlights stayed close, unwavering. I took another sharp turn, this time onto a narrower, more desolate road that twisted through the woods. The headlights followed. The woods on either side of me seemed to close in, the trees casting eerie shadows across the road. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Why was this car still behind me? At this point, I felt trapped. There weren't many houses out here, and the road seemed endless. I couldn't stop, not with this car tailing me. I glanced down at my speedometer, too fast for comfort, but I didn't care. I was desperate to put some distance between myself and this driver. I took yet another turn, hoping to lose them in the winding roads. For a moment I thought I'd succeeded. The headlights vanished from my rearview mirror. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, but just as I began to relax, I saw them again this time. The headlights were even closer. My pulse quickened. I wasn't imagining this. The car wasn't just behind me, it was closing in. It felt deliberate. It felt intentional. A surge of panic washed over me, and I instinctively floored the gas pedal, pushing my car to its limits. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I wasn't sure what I was afraid of, but the idea of being followed by this car terrified me. I reached for my phone, my hands shaking as I dialed the first number that came to mind, my best friend. The phone rang, and I anxiously tapped the steering wheel. After a few rings, she picked up, and I tried to steady my voice. "Hey, I need you to stay on the phone with me," I said, my words spilling out in a rush. "There's this car behind me, and I think they're following me. I'm freaking out." "Calm down," she replied, her voice calm but confused. "Are you sure? Maybe it's just someone driving home like you." "I don't know," I said, swallowing hard. "I've tried everything. I turned off the main road, then onto side streets, and they're still behind me. I don't know what to do." Her tone softened, but I could hear the concern in her voice. "Just keep driving and head toward a well-lit area, okay? If they don't stop following you, call the police." I didn't want to call the police, but I knew I needed to be cautious. I felt more and more vulnerable the longer the car stayed behind me. I glanced at the rearview mirror again, and this time I noticed something different. The car wasn't just tailing me anymore, it was getting closer, almost dangerously so. The headlights were so bright, they seemed to flood my rearview, making it hard to see. I could feel the panic creeping up again. I looked ahead, my eyes scanning the road, desperate for a place to pull over or a sign of civilization. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep this up. Every few seconds I looked back, and the car was always there, relentless, right on my tail. Then, as if in response to my mounting anxiety, the car pulled up beside me. I could make out the silhouette of the driver, but I couldn't see any details clearly. My heart was pounding in my chest as the car slowed slightly, matching my speed. The driver didn't speed up or slow down. They just kept pace, as if waiting for me to make the next move. I wasn't sure how much time passed like this, but it felt like an eternity. My mind raced, trying to come up with a plan, any plan. Should I stop? Should I keep going? My thoughts were interrupted when the car suddenly veered off the road, disappearing into the darkness of the trees. I blinked in disbelief, my body frozen in place. For a moment I just sat there, staring at the empty road ahead of me. My mind couldn't process what had just happened. I had no idea what the car's intentions were or why they had been following me. But just like that, the chase was over. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know. I drove straight to the nearest gas station, my hands still shaking on the wheel. I called the police once I was safely out of the car, and I stayed at the station until they arrived, making sure I wasn't being followed again. They never found any trace of the car, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. To this day, I still don't know who was following me or why, but that night changed the way I see late-night drives. I've never again driven through empty roads without a nagging sense of caution lingering in the back of my mind. Story 21. I had just moved into my new apartment, a small, one-bedroom place in an older building on the edge of town. The rent was cheap, which was exactly what I needed after a long search for somewhere affordable. The place was charming, though it had that distinct musty smell that comes with age. It was cozy enough. but it felt a little too quiet at times, like the building had settled into its own world, cut off from everything else. On my first night I was exhausted from unpacking, so I fell asleep quickly after a long shower. The bed was old, but it was comfortable enough for a good night's rest. The room was dark, and the only sound was the soft hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. It didn't take long for me to drift off, but the peace was short-lived, as I was soon disturbed by something that would haunt me for days. In the dead of night, I woke up with a start. There was a strange noise coming from somewhere in the room, and it wasn't like the usual creaks of an old building. It was a low, slow sound, almost like a heavy, rhythmic breath. My heart skipped a beat as I listened more intently. The noise seemed to be coming from under the bed. I tried to dismiss it as the wind or the house settling, but there was something about the sound that didn't sit right with me. I pulled the blanket tighter around myself, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself I was just hearing things. I wasn't the type to get scared easily, but there was a feeling in the room now that I couldn't shake. The breathing continued, slow and steady, like someone or something was lying under the bed, watching me. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it an animal, perhaps a rat or a stray cat that had found its way into the apartment? But the sound didn't quite match what I would expect from something like that. This was deeper, slower, and far too methodical. I sat up in bed, straining to hear, hoping it would stop, but the breathing continued, undisturbed. I turned on the bedside lamp, casting a faint light across the room. I told myself I was being paranoid, that there was nothing under the bed. Still, I couldn't help the chill that ran through me. Slowly, I got out of bed, heart pounding in my chest, and knelt down to peer under the bed. My eyes scanned the darkness, searching for any sign of what could be making the noise. At first, I saw nothing but the dust and shadows under the bed, the floorboards creaking under my weight. But then I noticed the faint outline of something shifting, something that wasn't there before. My breath caught in my throat, and I quickly pulled back, standing up so fast that I almost tripped over my own feet. The breathing hadn't stopped. It had grown louder, more deliberate, like whatever was under the bed was now aware of my presence. I backed away from the bed, my heart racing in my chest. The room suddenly felt suffocating, as though the walls were closing in around me. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and called my best friend, who lived a few blocks away. I didn't know why I did it. Maybe I needed reassurance or just someone to tell me I wasn't imagining things. The phone rang twice before she picked up, her voice groggy from sleep. "Hello?" she mumbled. "Something's under my bed," I whispered, my voice shaking. "I swear I hear breathing." There was a long pause on the other end. "Are you sure?" she asked, sounding skeptical but concerned. "It's probably just the pipes or the wind or something." "I don't think so," I said, glancing nervously at the bed. It's still deliberate, like it's waiting for something." Another pause. "Okay, look, I'll come over. Just give me a few minutes." I hung up, grateful that she was coming, but still shaken to my core. I didn't know what to do. The breathing had stopped for a moment, but the air in the room felt thick and heavy. I stood there, staring at the bed, trying to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, but my instincts screamed that something was wrong. When my friend arrived a little while later, I was still standing by the bed, my eyes fixed on the spot where I had seen the strange movement. She didn't seem as frightened as I was, but she could tell something had shaken me. We both knelt down and peered under the bed, trying to see what might be causing the noise. There was nothing there. No animal, no person, no explanation, just dust and shadows. "See? It's all clear," she said, standing up and brushing her hands off. But as soon as she did, the breathing started again. Slow, deliberate, like before. We both froze, our eyes wide in disbelief. My friend's expression shifted from confusion to concern as she looked at me. "What the hell is that?" "I told you," I whispered, unable to take my eyes off the bed. The breathing didn't stop. It was as if something was taunting us, reminding us that it was there, just beyond our reach. We didn't sleep much that night. The breathing continued on and off, like it was pacing, waiting for the right moment. My friend stayed with me until the morning, but the unease never fully left. The next day, I contacted the landlord, hoping there was some logical explanation, maybe a vent, or an old pipe, or even a neighbor. But when I explained what had happened, the landlord grew quiet on the other end of the phone. "I've heard stories about that apartment," he finally said, "but I thought they were just rumors. I never found out what was under that bed, but I moved out shortly after that night. The breathing had stopped after a few days, but I never felt safe there again. Every time I thought about it, the sound would echo in my mind, reminding me that some things are better left unexplored." Story 22. It was a quiet Saturday morning when the doorbell rang. I hadn't been expecting any deliveries, so I hesitated before answering. But curiosity got the better of me, and I made my way to the door, peering through the peephole first. There stood a man in his mid-30s holding a large box, his face unreadable but calm. I opened the door, and the man gave a quick smile, almost too cheerful. "Delivery for you," he said, handing me the box. I stared at it, confused. There was no name on the package, no order confirmation that I had made anything recently. "I didn't order anything," I replied, my voice sounding uncertain. The man didn't seem fazed by my response. "It's all paid for. I was told to leave it here," he said, his smile never wavering. I stepped back, thinking I could send him away or call the company, but something about him made me uneasy. The way he stood so close to the door, as if he didn't want to leave. "I really don't think this is for me," I said, trying to close the door slowly. But he stopped it with his foot, his expression shifting slightly. "It's for you. You need to accept it," he insisted, almost too insistently. I pulled the door back open, now both confused and unsettled. "Can I just check with whoever sent this?" I asked, my voice tinged with anxiety. The man didn't answer. Instead, he simply stared at me, his eyes never leaving mine. There was something about his gaze that was too intense, too focused, making me feel like I was trapped in a moment I could control. "I'm sorry, but I really can't accept this if it wasn't ordered by me," I said, trying to keep my tone firm. But the man didn't move. He just stood there, not responding, as if he was waiting for something. I shifted nervously, wondering how long he would stand there before I could find a way to end this awkward encounter. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke again. "I can't leave without giving you this package. It's important," he said, his voice now lower, more serious. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to feel reassured or even more alarmed. It was hard to make out his motives, but everything in me screamed that this was wrong. I quickly glanced down the street, hoping to see someone passing by, but the road was empty. The air felt still, as if the whole world had quieted in anticipation of what was about to happen. I shifted my weight, trying to figure out what to do next. Something about this delivery didn't sit right with me. "Could you just leave it by the door? I'll call the company to sort it out," I said, my voice shaky now. But instead of stepping back, he leaned closer, the box still in his hands. His face was inches from mine, and I could smell something faintly off about him, like stale cologne mixed with a hint of something metallic. "No, you have to take it," he replied, his eyes narrowing. There was an edge to his voice now, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I tried to pull the door shut, but he shoved his shoulder against it, pushing back harder than I expected. My heart raced. I was caught in a situation I had no idea how to navigate. "Please," I said, almost pleading, "I don't want it." My voice was shaking now, and I could feel the sweat forming on the back of my neck. But he didn't seem to care. He just kept standing there, blocking the door, his grip tightening on the package. "I can't leave without giving you this. It's for you," he repeated, his words growing more insistent. The longer I stood there, the more I felt like I was losing control of the situation. The pressure of his presence was suffocating, and I couldn't think straight. I needed to get away from the door, but he wasn't letting me. I forced myself to remain calm, trying to think of any way out of this. "Please, I'll call the police," I said, my voice stronger now. But when I reached for my phone in my pocket, he stopped me, his hand quickly grabbing mine. His grip was tight, his fingers cold and unyielding. "Don't call anyone," he warned in a low voice, the smile on his face now gone. "You have to take it. Don't make this harder." My pulse quickened as the full weight of the situation sank in. This was no ordinary delivery. This was something far more disturbing. I pulled my hand away, stepping back and finally forcing the door to close, pushing with all my strength. He was caught off guard for a moment, and I slammed the door shut with a loud thud. My hands were trembling, and I backed away from the door, not daring to move for several seconds. The man didn't make a sound on the other side, but I could feel his presence there, pressing against the door. My mind raced as I considered what to do next. Should I call the police? Should I check the package? Every fiber of my being screamed not to touch it, but I knew I couldn't just leave it there, especially after the unsettling way the man had acted. I backed away from the door, picking up my phone and dialing the police. I explained everything, from the strange man to the package he had insisted I accept. The dispatcher promised help would be on the way, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every few minutes, I glanced nervously toward the door, unsure if he would come back or if someone else would appear in his place. When the police finally arrived, they took the package and examined it. There was no sign of the man, and no record of any delivery under my name. They assured me they would investigate further, but I couldn't help feeling the lingering unease. Something about the entire encounter didn't sit right, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly avoided something much worse. The police left after a while, and I locked every door and window in my house. But as I lay in bed that night, I couldn't stop wondering who that man was and why he had come. The whole experience still felt like a bad dream, one I hoped I would never have to relive. Story 23. I woke up with a sharp, disorienting headache, my mind foggy and struggling to make sense of where I was. The room around me was unfamiliar, its dim lighting casting long shadows that only added to my confusion. The bed I lay in was cold and stiff, the sheets rough against my skin, and as I tried to sit up, I realized I had no memory of how I ended up here. My heart began to race as I scanned the room, taking in the sparse furnishings, an old dresser, a single lamp, and a cracked window with light creeping in from the outside. I tried to push the panic aside and focused on the details of the room, hoping to find something that would jog my memory. The walls were bare, except for a small, faded photograph hanging crookedly on one side. I could barely make out the image, but it seemed to depict a place I didn't recognize, an old stone building surrounded by trees. I felt a strange, unsettling sensation in my chest, as if the picture was somehow connected to my current predicament, but I couldn't explain why. The more I tried to remember, the more my mind felt like it was slipping further away from me. I had no idea how long I'd been unconscious, or where I was. The last thing I could recall was walking home after dinner, my phone in hand, scrolling through messages. But nothing beyond that, no memory of how I got here, or why, or who had brought me to this strange place. My stomach churned with unease, and I decided I needed to get out of there, to find some answers. I swung my legs off the side of the bed, feeling the coldness of the floor seep through my socks. My body felt weak, like it hadn't moved in hours, maybe days. I took a shaky step forward and steadied myself against the wall, trying to focus on my surroundings. The room was small, the air stale, with only a faint smell of mildew hanging in the corners. There was no obvious door, just a narrow opening that led into a dim hallway. I hesitated, feeling the weight of uncertainty bearing down on me. Should I investigate the hallway? Was it safe to leave the room? I didn't know if there was anyone else here, or if I was completely alone, but I knew I couldn't stay in that room for much longer, so I took a deep breath and made my way toward the hallway. The moment I stepped into the hallway, an overwhelming sense of dread settled over me. The floor creaked beneath my feet as I walked, and the low hum of fluorescent lights overhead seemed to amplify the silence. The walls were just as bare as the room I had woken up in, with no indication of where I was or who might live here. I glanced around, my pulse quickening, but I didn't see any signs of life, no voices, no movement. I walked carefully, trying to steady my breathing as I searched for any clues that might explain what had happened. The hallway stretched on, twisting and turning, as if leading me deeper into some unknown place. My mind was racing, but I couldn't make sense of the situation. Everything felt wrong, and the longer I stayed, the more the fear crept in. After what felt like an eternity, I came to a door at the end of the hallway. My hand hovered over the doorknob, and for a moment, I considered turning back. But something inside me urged me to open it. I had to know what was on the other side. So I turned the knob and stepped into the next room. The room was larger, and for a brief moment, I thought I'd found an escape. But as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized it was just another empty space, no windows, no furniture, only a few broken tiles scattered across the floor. And then, at the far side of the room, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A small desk, with a piece of paper resting on top. I approached it cautiously, my hands trembling, and when I reached it, I saw that the paper was covered in scribbled notes. I picked it up, my eyes scanning the words in a frantic blur. The writing was erratic, like someone had been in a rush, but the more I read, the more my confusion grew. The notes mentioned my name several times, along with phrases like "they're watching" and "don't trust the walls." It was clear someone had been in a panic when they wrote it, and the words only served to heighten my sense of unease. I couldn't understand how these notes were connected to me or who had left them. My mind was racing, the notes doing little to provide clarity. I felt like I was on the edge of a breakthrough, but each step I took only led to more questions. The further I ventured into this strange place, the more I felt like I was being drawn into something I couldn't escape. There was no way to know who or what had brought me here, or why they had left me with no memory of how I arrived. I set the paper down carefully and turned back toward the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, and I needed to get out of there. The door I had entered from seemed miles away, and as I made my way back, the quietness of the space pressed in on me. It was as though I was the only one left in this place, and the walls were closing in. As I reached the hallway again, I heard a faint noise, a soft creak, like footsteps from somewhere nearby. My breath hitched and I froze, straining to listen. It was hard to tell if it was real or just my mind playing tricks, but I was sure I heard something. Someone moving in the darkness. My heart raced, and for a moment I considered hiding. But there was nowhere to hide in this empty, suffocating place. I continued down the hallway, every sense on edge, determined to find a way out. I didn't know what was happening, or how I got here. But I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't stay. Whatever was lurking in the shadows, I had to escape it before it found me. But where was the exit? And who was watching me from the dark corners of this place? Story 24. When I first moved into my new apartment, everything seemed perfect. It was a quiet building in a peaceful neighborhood, with friendly people living nearby. My next-door neighbor, Greg, was the first person to introduce himself. He was in his mid-30s, always smiling and quick to wave whenever we crossed paths in the hallway. At first, I thought he was just one of those overly friendly types, always trying to make newcomers feel welcome. The first few weeks went by without any problems. Greg would stop by occasionally, offering me advice on the best places to eat in the area, or telling me about local events. He was never overbearing, just pleasant. One evening, he even invited me over for dinner, and I figured it would be nice to get to know someone in the building. His apartment was neat and tidy, with a cozy atmosphere. He had a dog, a golden retriever, which seemed to add to the friendly vibe. We had a nice conversation, talking about our jobs and our interests, and I left that night thinking he was just a genuinely nice guy. But as time passed, Greg's behavior started to feel a little off. It began with small things, unexpected knocks on my door at odd hours, usually when I was just about to settle down for the night. At first, I assumed he was just being friendly again, but it soon became clear that his visits were becoming more frequent. Each time he'd act like it was completely normal, but I could feel the awkwardness building between us. One evening he knocked and said he needed help moving a few things. I agreed to help, thinking it was just a simple favor. But when I walked into his apartment, I noticed something strange. There were no moving boxes or anything that needed to be moved. Instead, Greg led me to the back of his apartment, where there was a locked door. He seemed a little too eager to explain that it was just a storage room, and he'd been meaning to clean it out. But something about the way he acted made me feel uneasy. I didn't say anything, but I quickly excused myself and left. The following days, Greg started to be more persistent. He'd text me asking if I wanted to hang out, or would pop by unannounced, even though I hadn't invited him over. At first, I thought maybe I was being paranoid, but the behavior was starting to wear on me. One evening, I returned home late from work, and as I walked down the hallway toward my apartment, I noticed Greg standing by my door, as if he had been waiting for me. He smiled as I approached and casually asked if I wanted to grab a drink. I told him I was tired and had to get some rest, but he didn't seem to take the hint. Instead, he insisted that I come inside and just hang out for a little while. Something in his eyes told me this wasn't a simple invitation anymore. I politely declined, saying I had a long day ahead of me. As I unlocked my door and stepped inside, I could hear him muttering something under his breath. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was different, darker. The next morning, I noticed that my door was slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it the night before. My heart began to race as I scanned the apartment, checking that everything was still in place. Nothing seemed to be missing, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I couldn't shake the thought that something wasn't right. That evening, after a long day at work, I arrived home to find that my door had been tampered with. The lock was damaged, and the handle looked as if someone had tried to force it open. Panic set in as I realized what had happened. I immediately called the landlord, who promised to send someone over to fix the door. My heart was racing, and I felt a cold sweat forming on the back of my neck. I knew deep down that Greg had been behind this. The following night, I stayed in, keeping the lights off and the windows shut. I didn't want to take any chances. As I lay in bed trying to sleep, I heard a soft noise, footsteps, faint and slow, just outside my door. My heart stopped. I held my breath, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped, and I waited, not daring to move. After what seemed like an eternity, I heard a soft knock. It was Greg. He asked if I was okay, telling me that he had seen someone lurking around my door earlier and wanted to make sure I was safe. I didn't trust him anymore, not after everything that had happened. I told him I was fine, but he didn't leave right away. I heard him shift his weight, and then a voice, low and almost pleading, said, "You should let me in. I can protect you." I froze. My heart was pounding in my chest. I didn't know what he was trying to do, but it was clear he wasn't the friendly neighbor I had once thought he was. I stayed quiet, praying he would leave. After a long pause, I heard him walk away, but I didn't open the door until I was absolutely certain he was gone. The next morning, I contacted the building management and reported what had been happening. I insisted that Greg be removed from the building, even though I knew that wasn't enough. He hadn't done anything overtly illegal, but his behavior had escalated to the point where I felt unsafe. I didn't see Greg for several weeks after that. I moved to another unit in the building, far away from him. To this day, I don't know what his intentions were, but I learned the hard way that not all friendly neighbors are as they seem. It took me a long time to feel safe again, and even now, I always double-check my locks and windows, just in case. I never let my guard down. I hope Greg never tries to contact me again, but I know one thing for sure. I will never be too trusting of a neighbor again. Story 25. I had always considered myself a careful person. I kept to myself and avoided making waves, especially in a place as small as the town I lived in. But lately something had felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it seemed like I was being watched. It started subtly. At first, a car parked across the street, lingering longer than it should. I figured it was just my overactive imagination, but the feeling didn't go away. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. After a few days, however, I started to notice the same car parked outside my apartment again, at odd hours. It was an older model, nothing too distinctive, but it stuck out like a sore thumb. I hadn't seen the driver get out, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was sitting in the car, staring up at my window. When I pulled my curtains back, the car would be gone. I convinced myself it was probably just a neighbor or someone with a late-night habit, but it still gnawed at me. I tried not to think about it, but the odd occurrences kept happening. There were random, unexplained knocks at my door that never lasted long enough for me to answer. I'd find strange messages left on my car windshield, things like "I see you" or "Don't worry, I'll always be close by." It was unnerving, but I couldn't bring myself to call the police. I felt like I was just being paranoid, overreacting to some harmless prank. One evening, I was coming home from work later than usual. I parked my car and began walking up the stairs to my apartment when I saw something that stopped me cold. The same car that had been parked across the street for days was now sitting right outside my building. The headlights were off, and it was dark, but the figure behind the wheel was unmistakable. There was someone inside, their face hidden by the shadow of the dashboard. My pulse quickened, and I hurried into my apartment, locking the door behind me. I thought about calling the police, but I didn't know what to report. The car wasn't doing anything illegal. Still, I couldn't ignore the feeling that I was being targeted. Over the next few days, the strange behavior escalated. The car parked closer to my apartment, sometimes at odd hours in the morning or late at night. There were more knocks at my door, and the messages kept showing up, always cryptic and unsettling. I started to feel like I was losing control. One night, I decided to confront it. I waited until I saw the car parked across the street again, and then I went outside, my heart pounding. I was determined to find out who was behind this. As I walked toward the car, the driver's side window rolled down, and I froze. The person inside wasn't a stranger. It was someone I knew, someone who had been a part of my life years ago. Someone I thought had disappeared. It was my ex-boyfriend, Marcus. At first, I couldn't process what I was seeing. Marcus had been an intense presence in my life when we were together. Always a little too clingy, always hovering, always making me feel like I was never truly alone. We had broken up after things became too much, after I realized that his need for control had suffocated me. I had cut ties with him, moved to a new town, and tried to start fresh. But here he was, sitting in his car, just like he used to do, watching me. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice shaking with a mixture of anger and fear. He didn't respond right away. His expression was blank, but I could see a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I've been keeping an eye on you," he said, his voice calm, almost soothing. "I told you I'd never let you go. I'll always be there." His words hit me like a punch to the gut. I had thought I was free from him, that I could escape the suffocating grip he had on me. But now, standing in front of him again, I realized that I hadn't escaped at all. He had been there the whole time, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to remind me of his presence. I took a step back, my mind racing. My hands were trembling, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. "Marcus, this isn't healthy. You need to leave me alone," I said, trying to stay calm, though every instinct told me to run. But he just sat there, his gaze fixed on me, his smile widening. "I'm not going anywhere," he replied, his voice colder now. "You're mine. You always have been, and you always will be." His words sent a shiver down my spine. I realized that what I had been experiencing wasn't just a random act of harassment, it was a calculated attempt to re-enter my life, to reclaim control over me. I thought back to all the subtle signs. The way he had manipulated me when we were together. The way he had always managed to make me feel like I couldn't escape him. I had underestimated his obsession. Fear gripped me. I wasn't sure what to do, but I knew I couldn't let this go on any longer. I turned quickly and ran back into my apartment, locking the door behind me. I called my friend, telling her everything that had happened. She urged me to call the police, and for the first time I realized I couldn't just ignore what was happening. I had to take action. The next few days were a blur of police reports and restraining orders. I didn't leave my apartment unless I absolutely had to, and even then I was constantly looking over my shoulder. Marcus didn't come back, but I knew I hadn't seen the last of him. The feeling of being watched lingered, like a shadow that followed me everywhere. I had thought my stalker was just a stranger, but I had learned the hard way that sometimes the people who haunt us the most are the ones we thought we'd left behind. Story 26. It was a quiet evening, and I had just finished dinner when I noticed something strange. The house felt unusually still, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I glanced around the room, but nothing seemed out of place. The only thing that caught my attention was a flickering light from the front porch, which I assumed was from the street lamp outside. I shrugged it off and went about my evening routine. However, as the night grew later, the feeling of unease began to grow. It wasn't just the flickering light, there was an odd sensation, like someone was watching me. I tried to ignore it, but it was difficult. After all, nothing had ever happened before, so why should I be worried now? By the time I settled in bed, I couldn't shake the strange feeling. It was like a constant nagging in the back of my mind. I eventually fell asleep, but I woke up several times during the night, each time with the same uneasy sensation that I wasn't alone. The house was still, and yet I couldn't shake the paranoia that lingered in the air. The next morning I went about my day as usual, but the unease from the night before lingered. I decided to check the footage from my security cameras, just to see if there was anything that could explain the strange feeling. As I reviewed the video from the front porch, I froze. There, on the footage, was someone standing just outside my front door. The figure was barely visible in the dim light of the street lamp, but it was unmistakable. They were standing completely still, staring directly at my front door, not moving at all. I rewound the footage to see if I could catch when they had arrived, but the person seemed to have been there for hours. I watched stunned as the figure stood motionless in front of my door for what felt like an eternity. I felt my heart race as I watched the footage. The figure didn't appear to be doing anything, just standing there, watching. I fast-forwarded through the footage, hoping for some sort of explanation, but there was nothing. They didn't knock, ring the bell, or try to open the door. They just stood there, staring. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that the figure finally moved. They slowly turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. I replayed that part over and over, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Who was this person? Why had they been watching my door for so long? And most importantly, why hadn't I noticed them? I immediately called the police, still shaken from what I had seen. I explained what had happened and shared the footage with them. They assured me that they would investigate, but they didn't seem particularly concerned. It could have been someone just passing by, the officer said, trying to calm my nerves. But deep down, I knew this wasn't just a random person walking by. There was something deliberate in the way they stood there, watching. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept checking the footage, but there was no sign of the person returning. However, the unease didn't go away. I started to feel like I was constantly looking over my shoulder, as if the figure might be lurking just outside, waiting for me to let my guard down. Then one evening I noticed something strange. As I was getting ready to go to bed, I heard a noise outside. It was faint at first, but then it grew louder, a soft scratching sound against the door. My heart pounded as I froze, listening intently. I cautiously peeked out the window but saw nothing. The noise stopped as quickly as it had started, leaving me with a growing sense of dread. I couldn't ignore it any longer. I decided to set up additional security measures around the house, hoping to catch anything unusual. The next few nights were uneventful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking nearby. The house felt like it was under siege, though no one ever seemed to come close enough for me to see. I began to wonder if I was going crazy, imagining things that weren't there. One morning I woke up to a chill in the air. The house was eerily quiet, and once again, I felt that sense of being watched. I decided to check the footage again, hoping to put my mind at ease. But what I saw was enough to send a cold shiver down my spine. The figure was back. This time they didn't just stand in front of my door. They were closer, much closer. The figure had moved to the side of the house and was standing by my window, peering inside. I could see their shadow cast on the wall, just barely visible through the blinds. My stomach churned as I watched, paralyzed by fear. I immediately called the police again, but this time they seemed more concerned. The officer took the footage and promised to increase patrols in the area. But I wasn't sure if that was enough. The figure seemed to know when I was most vulnerable, when I was alone in the house. There was a sinister, calculated feeling about their actions that made me feel like I was being hunted. For weeks, I stayed on high alert. The figure never returned, but the feeling of being watched never left. I couldn't shake the image of the person standing outside my door, staring into the darkness. I began to question everything. Had they been watching me for longer than I realized? Had I missed other signs? And most importantly, who were they? Even now, I find myself checking the security footage more often than I'd like to admit. I never saw that figure again, but the memory of them standing outside my door, staring into the night, lingers with me. I don't know if they were ever truly gone or if they're still out there, waiting. All I know is that the terror of being watched never really fades. Story 27. It was a crisp morning when I decided to go for my usual jog. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon, casting a soft golden light across the quiet streets. I've been running this route for months, taking the same turns, passing the same houses, and it had become a comforting routine. The cool air filled my lungs as I set off, my feet hitting the pavement with a steady rhythm. But today felt different, though I couldn't pinpoint why. As I rounded the corner near the park, I heard the sound of an engine behind me. I didn't pay much attention at first, thinking it was just another car passing by, like any other morning. But when I heard the engine slow down, I felt a slight unease creeping in. I glanced over my shoulder and noticed a white van trailing a little too closely behind me, the engine revving just enough to be noticeable. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was just a coincidence. After all, I was on a quiet street with little traffic at that hour. Still, the van seemed to stay right behind me, even though I was picking up my pace. I took a left turn onto a side street, hoping to shake it off, but the van turned as well, maintaining the same distance. I started to feel a little more uneasy, but I tried to ignore it. I decided to pick up my pace even more, running faster down the next block. My legs were burning, but I didn't care. I kept glancing over my shoulder, noticing that the van was still following me, almost as if it was intentionally staying just behind, not getting too close, but never letting me out of its sight. I made another turn, hoping to lose it in a series of winding streets, but when I checked again, the van was still there. A knot tightened in my stomach. It was one thing for someone to follow you in traffic, but this felt different. The van wasn't in a hurry, it wasn't trying to pass, just maintaining its steady pace behind me. My usual route had always felt safe, but now, with every step, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I quickly ran through my options in my mind. Should I stop and confront them, call for help, or keep running and hope they'd eventually go away? As I neared a more secluded part of my route, where the streets were quieter and the houses farther apart, I heard the van's engine roar again, this time speeding up just slightly. It was like they were testing me, trying to see how I would react. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a surge of adrenaline pushing me to go even faster. I glanced back again, and this time I saw the van was closer, much closer than before. My stomach dropped. I was nearing a park, a place I knew had a few joggers and people walking dogs. It was a public area. and I thought maybe I could blend in, make it harder for the van to follow me. I hoped that someone would notice and that I would be safe there. As I entered the park, I looked over my shoulder one last time. To my horror, the van was following me still, slowing down as it approached the entrance to the park. I quickly changed directions, cutting across the park to the other side. The park was large and there were more paths, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being hunted. Every time I checked, the van was there, always maintaining a few yards behind me, like a predator sizing up its prey. I could feel my breath growing shallow as panic set in. My legs were screaming, but I pushed through it, hoping that I could make it to a busier part of the neighborhood, or find someone who could help me. Suddenly, I saw a jogger in the distance, a woman running towards me. I decided to slow down and get closer to her, hoping the van would be discouraged. But as I neared her, I could see the van was not stopping. It didn't matter how many turns I made or how many people were around. It seemed intent on following me. The van stayed a few steps behind, but now I was starting to fear for my safety. I reached the far end of the park, where the streets became more populated. People were walking their dogs, a few kids were riding bikes, and there were cars parked along the side of the road. I thought I'd be safe here, that the van would blend in with the traffic. But as I looked back again, I saw it stop at the entrance of the park, its engine idling. I stood there for a moment, trying to steady my breath and calm my racing heart. The van remained still for what felt like an eternity. I hesitated, wondering what to do next. Should I approach someone nearby and tell them about the van? Should I run towards the nearest store and find shelter? My mind raced and I knew I couldn't stay out here much longer. Just when I thought the van was going to pull off, it made a sharp right turn and drove slowly down the street. I couldn't believe it. It was leaving, but I wasn't sure if I should feel relieved or terrified. I had no idea who was driving that van or why they had followed me for so long. I stood there, my breath coming in shallow gasps, my legs trembling. I stayed frozen until I saw the van turn another corner, disappearing from view. Only then did I allow myself to take a deep breath. I quickly made my way home, my legs feeling like lead. But I didn't dare stop running until I reached my front door. When I got inside, I locked all the windows and doors and tried to calm my racing heart. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something worse. I still don't know who was driving that van or why they followed me, but every time I lace up my shoes for a jog, I can't help but wonder if they're still out there, waiting. Story 28. It was a typical Wednesday evening when I found myself in the office building late. I was finishing up some work that had piled up during the week, and the quiet, almost eerie atmosphere of the building made it seem like time was moving slower than usual. By the time I was ready to leave, it was already well past 9 p.m. I gathered my things, headed for the elevator, and pressed the button to the ground floor, ready to go home after a long day. The elevator, a small but functional one in the back of the building, was one of those that seemed to have seen better days. The lights flickered a bit as the doors closed, and I could hear the familiar hum of the machinery as it slowly began its descent. I was alone, or so I thought. As the doors were about to close, I saw a figure quickly step into the elevator at the last second. It was a man, dressed in a dark, somewhat disheveled suit. His eyes never met mine, and his face was obscured by the dim lighting. He seemed oddly quiet, but I didn't think much of it at first. The elevator started moving again, and I pressed the button for the ground floor. The air inside was a little musty, and the faint smell of dust made me cough. I glanced at the man standing near the back of the elevator. He was staring at the floor, his hands tucked into his pockets. For a moment, everything seemed normal, until I heard it. A soft whisper, barely audible, came from his direction. It sounded like he was speaking under his breath, but the words were so faint that I couldn't make them out. I tried to ignore it, assuming he was just mumbling to himself. But then, the whispering came again. It was a series of unintelligible words, like a language I had never heard before. It was unsettling. I looked up, but the man was still staring at the floor, his expression blank. I felt an uncomfortable chill run down my spine, and I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, hoping the ride would end soon. The elevator jolted as it passed a few floors, and I glanced at the display above the door, showing the current floor number. It had stopped at the 10th floor, which was unusual. I was certain that I had pressed the button for the ground floor, and I knew it should have been a quick trip. The elevator didn't budge for what felt like an eternity, and the soft whispering continued, growing ever so slightly louder with each passing moment. "Hello?" I asked, my voice shaky. "Are you okay?" The man didn't respond. His silence was more unsettling now, and the whispering had become almost rhythmic, like a chant. I felt trapped in the small, claustrophobic space with him. I tried pressing the emergency button to alert someone that the elevator had stalled, but nothing happened. The lights flickered again, casting eerie shadows across the walls. The whispering never stopped, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the words were somehow directed at me. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling more than I intended. The man suddenly lifted his head and turned to look at me, his eyes hollow and dark, as if something inside him was missing. His expression was blank, and for a moment, I thought I saw something almost like sorrow in his gaze. But before I could speak, he began whispering again, even faster than before, the words blending into a garbled mess of sounds. It felt like the walls of the elevator were closing in on me, and I could no longer focus on the words. Then, the elevator jerked again, but this time the floor display blinked erratically. It seemed to skip floors in a way that made no sense. Instead of heading straight down, it kept going up and then down again. The atmosphere inside felt charged, like the air was thick with tension. I could feel the temperature drop, and my breath started to come out in visible puffs. I pressed the emergency button again, more urgently this time, but still no response. My heart raced as the whispering grew louder. It sounded like the man was saying something to me, but it was in a language that felt ancient and foreign. The intensity of it made my skin crawl. I wanted to scream, but my throat felt tight, as if I couldn't find my voice. The man took a step closer to me, his gaze never leaving mine. The whispering grew more distinct now, though I still couldn't understand what he was saying. It wasn't just random words. It felt like he was speaking directly to me, telling me something that I was too afraid to comprehend. My hands shook, and I reached for my phone in my pocket, but it was dead. Suddenly, the elevator came to a complete halt, and the lights went out entirely, plunging us into darkness. I could still hear the man's whispers in the black void, but now they were accompanied by something else, scratching sounds, as if something were moving within the walls. I pressed myself against the back of the elevator, my heart hammering in my chest. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick, over the sounds of the man's eerie whispers and the unsettling scratching. Just as I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the elevator lurched back to life. The lights flickered back on, and the display above the door finally showed the ground floor. The doors slid open, and I bolted out of the elevator without looking back. I didn't know if the man was still behind me, but I didn't care. I ran out of the building as fast as I could, never once stopping until I was safely outside. Even now, when I think back to that night, I can't shake the feeling that something was in that elevator with me. The man's whispers still haunt me, and sometimes in the silence of the night, I swear I can hear faint sounds as if someone is still speaking to me in a language I'll never understand. Story 29. I had just gotten home from work, the usual exhaustion weighing on my shoulders. My apartment was quiet, and the only sound was the faint hum of the refrigerator. I tossed my keys on the counter and sat down on the couch, stretching my legs after a long day. The evening passed uneventfully until I heard a sharp knock against my window. At first I thought it was just a branch or something else hitting the glass in the wind. But when I listened more closely, I realized it was rhythmic, like someone was deliberately knocking on my window. I stood up, my heart beginning to race. It was strange, unsettling even after all. I live on the 5th floor of the building, so it wasn't like someone could be standing outside my window. I walked toward the window, my mind already racing with possibilities. There were no fire escapes outside my building, no balconies on this side. It would have been nearly impossible for anyone to be out there. I pulled back the curtain, trying to steady my breathing, but when I looked out into the darkness, I saw nothing. The street below was empty, and there was no one around. I closed the curtain again, my nerves still on edge. Maybe it was some strange noise from the building settling or the wind picking up again. But just as I turned away, I heard the knock again. It was softer this time, but there was no mistaking the sound. The rhythm was the same 4 knocks in quick succession, followed by a brief pause. My stomach sank. My hands trembled as I reached for the phone. I didn't know who to call. Was it worth calling the building management? The police? I couldn't explain this to them without sounding paranoid. Instead, I decided to check again, hoping to find some logical explanation. I carefully pulled back the curtain again and peered out, scanning the street below. Nothing. But then, just as I was about to let go of the curtain, I saw something moving in the shadows. A figure standing at the base of the building. The person was looking up at my window. I couldn't make out any details, just the silhouette of a person in the dark. I felt a chill run down my spine, and my heart began to pound in my chest. I stepped back from the window, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I couldn't understand what I had just seen. The person couldn't have climbed the building or gotten up here. I stood frozen in place for a few moments, trying to process what had just happened. Then, I heard the knock again, louder this time, followed by a whisper. I leaned in closer to the window, straining to hear the voice. The whisper was faint, but it was unmistakable. Let me in. My breath caught in my throat. I quickly stepped away from the window, my mind racing. Who could be out there? Was it some kind of prank? But how would anyone even get to my window in the first place? I grabbed my phone, dialing the building manager's number. It rang and rang, but there was no answer. I left a message, hoping they would call back. My mind was still spinning, and I knew I couldn't stay here alone any longer. I looked at my phone and considered calling the police, but what would I even say? Someone was knocking on my window. That didn't seem like a good enough reason to involve them. The silence in the apartment felt suffocating. The knocking had stopped for now, but the feeling of unease lingered. I tried to distract myself, turning on the TV, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It was as if the air in the room had thickened, and I was waiting for anything to happen. Then, out of nowhere, the knock came again. This time it was even louder, more forceful. I felt my pulse race, my mind spinning in panic. I grabbed my phone again, about to dial the police, when I heard something even more unsettling. A voice, clear and chilling, came from just outside my window. "I know you're in there," the voice whispered. It was low and muffled. There was no mistaking the words. The sound sent a wave of icy dread through my body. I backed away from the window, trying to control my breathing. Who was out there? What did they want? My hands were shaking as I called the police, explaining as best as I could. The operator assured me they would send someone over, but it felt like an eternity before anyone showed up. I sat in the corner of my living room, staring at the window, terrified that whoever was out there might try to break in. It felt like the walls were closing in, and I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. When the police finally arrived, they scoured the area outside my building. They checked the alleyways, the parking lot, even the roof of the building, but they found no sign of anyone. They told me it was likely some kind of prank, though I could tell they didn't fully believe it either. They suggested I take extra precautions and report any other strange occurrences. The next few days were filled with unease. The knocking stopped, but the lingering fear never quite left. I double-checked the locks on my windows and doors, and I started keeping the curtains drawn at all times. It felt like someone was always watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. The sense of paranoia was overwhelming. I never figured out who had been knocking on my window that night or why. The police never found anything suspicious, and no one came forward. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, just out of sight, watching me. I still sometimes hear knocking in the middle of the night, though I try to convince myself it's just the wind. But deep down, I know I'll never forget that night, the night when someone knocked on my window, on the 5th floor. Story 30. It was a quiet afternoon when I first noticed the little girl standing by the side of the road. She was alone, no parent or adult in sight, her small figure barely visible against the backdrop of the trees lining the path. I was walking back home from the store, my bag filled with groceries, when I saw her. She looked lost, her face pale and worried, and my first instinct was to help. I approached her carefully, trying to seem as non-threatening as possible. "Hey there," I called out gently, crouching down to her level. "Are you okay? Where's your mommy or daddy?" She didn't respond immediately, just stared at me with wide, frightened eyes. My heart ached as I took a step closer, offering her a reassuring smile. "It's okay, I'll help you find them." After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice soft and tremulous. I can't find them," she said, her eyes darting around nervously. "I was walking with them, but then they were gone." Her words sent a shiver down my spine, but I forced myself to stay calm. Don't worry," I said, my voice steady. "We'll figure this out. Where were you last with them?" She pointed down the path leading deeper into the woods, her finger trembling slightly. "That way," she whispered. The woods were dense and dark, even though it was still afternoon. I looked back at the girl, then at the path ahead of me. I knew I shouldn't let her wander off alone, so I made a decision. "Okay," I said, standing up, "I'll walk with you. We'll find your parents together." We began walking down the path, the sound of our footsteps muffled by the soft earth beneath us. The further we walked, the quieter it became, the sounds of the outside world fading away until there was nothing but the rustling of leaves. It felt strangely oppressive, like the air itself was holding its breath. I glanced down at the girl, her small hand gripping mine tightly. Her eyes were wide, scanning the trees around us, but she didn't say anything more. As we continued deeper into the woods, I started to feel uneasy. The girl had been so quiet for the last few minutes, her steps slow and deliberate. I turned to ask her if she was all right, but when I looked at her, something seemed off. Her face was pale, almost ghostly, and her eyes were glassy, like she wasn't fully present. It made me pause. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was something about her that didn't feel right. I stopped walking and crouched down in front of her again. "Hey," I said softly. "Are you sure you're okay?" For a moment she didn't respond. Then, slowly, she raised her head and met my gaze. But when she looked at me, it wasn't like before. Her expression was empty, as though I was no longer there. Before I could react, I heard a faint noise from behind us, barely a whisper on the wind. I turned quickly, my heart racing. There, just at the edge of my vision, I saw a figure standing among the trees, watching us. The figure was tall, cloaked in shadows, too still to be just a passerby. My blood ran cold. I instinctively stepped in front of the girl, blocking her from view. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice shaking. The figure didn't move, just stood there watching us. The silence was suffocating, and the air seemed to grow thicker around me. "Are you lost too?" I tried to say, but my voice came out a little more desperate than I intended. The figure didn't respond, didn't even shift. It was as if it wasn't a person at all, but something far worse. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and my body went stiff with dread. I turned back to the girl, who was now looking past me with an eerie calm. Her face no longer showed fear, just that same vacant stare. My instincts screamed at me to get out of there. I backed away slowly, still facing the figure in the trees. "Come on, let's go back," I urged the girl, trying to keep my voice steady. But she didn't move. She just stood there, staring into the woods, her small frame rigid and unyielding. I reached out to grab her hand, but when I touched her, I felt a coldness I couldn't explain. It was as if her skin was made of ice, unnaturally cold for a child who had been walking in the woods. I pulled my hand back, shuddering. I had to get her out of here. I turned to run, pulling the girl by the arm, but as I did, the figure stepped forward, blocking the path. It was tall, unnaturally so, its face obscured by the shadows of the trees. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over me. I took a step back, then another, until I was nearly falling. Suddenly the girl spoke. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it cut through the air with sharp clarity. "Don't be scared," she said, her voice now utterly different, cold and hollow. "He won't let you leave." I froze, the words sinking into my bones like ice. The figure in front of me took a step closer, its outline becoming clearer as the shadows seemed to part. And then, for the first time, I saw its face twisted, hollow, an unnatural grin stretching across its features. My breath caught in my throat, and I stumbled backward, panic seizing my chest. The last thing I remember is turning and running with everything I had, dragging the girl along until I burst out of the woods and onto the main road. I didn't look back. I didn't stop running until I reached the nearest house, breathless and shaking. I pounded on the door until someone answered, and when I finally caught my breath, I looked around, but the woods were silent. There was no trace of the girl, no sign of the figure, only the ordinary world, calm and quiet. I never saw that girl again, but I've never forgotten the look in her eyes or the figure that was watching us. Story 31. I had just moved into a new apartment in a quiet neighborhood, hoping for a fresh start after a difficult breakup. The apartment was small, cozy, and surprisingly affordable, which was exactly what I needed. The landlord, an older man named Mr. Larkin, seemed nice enough during the initial meeting. He had shown me around, explaining the rules and giving me the keys, assuring me that the building was well maintained and safe. The first few days were uneventful. I unpacked my things and settled into the small space, feeling a strange sense of peace. The apartment had an old charm to it, with hardwood floors and high ceilings that made it feel much larger than it was. I spent my evenings enjoying the quiet, sipping tea by the window and reading, grateful for the break from the chaos of life. One afternoon, while I was cleaning out a closet in the hallway, I came across something unusual. It was a folded piece of yellowed paper tucked between two wooden beams near the floor, almost as if someone had hidden it there. Curious, I picked it up and unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was old and shaky, but the message was clear: don't trust the landlord. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the note, trying to process what I had just read. It didn't make any sense. Why would someone leave a note like this? Who would say something so ominous about Mr. Larkin, the man who had seemed so friendly when I moved in? My mind raced with possibilities, and I immediately began to question everything. Could the note be a prank? Or was there something darker lurking beneath the surface of this seemingly innocent apartment? I walked around the apartment, checking every corner for any other signs of hidden messages or oddities. But there was nothing else. No hidden clues or other strange notes, just the one, tucked away in the closet. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease that crept over me, telling myself that I was just being paranoid. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that the note couldn't be ignored. It had to mean something. Over the next few days, I kept my distance from Mr. Larkin, unsure of what to think. I kept an eye on him whenever I saw him around the building, but he always seemed so normal. He would wave hello when I passed by, and we would chat briefly about the weather or how the building was holding up. There was nothing outwardly strange about him, but the note gnawed at me, a constant reminder of the unsettling message. One evening, after a long day at work, I was walking through the building when I saw Mr. Larkin sitting in the lobby, reading a newspaper. He smiled and waved as I passed by, but this time I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As I walked past him, I noticed a strange smell, like damp wood mixed with something metallic, lingering in the air. I stopped for a moment, trying to figure out where the scent was coming from. But before I could pinpoint it, Mr. Larkin looked up at me with a knowing smile. "Everything all right, dear?" he asked, his voice unusually soft. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. "Yeah, just a long day," I finally said, forcing a smile. "Thanks for checking in." He nodded, and I quickly made my way upstairs to my apartment. The moment I shut the door behind me, I felt a sense of relief. But it was fleeting, replaced by the nagging thought that I couldn't trust Mr. Larkin. Something about him just didn't feel right anymore. I spent the next few nights staying up late, searching online for any information about the building or Mr. Larkin. There were no reviews or reports about the apartment complex, but I did find a few articles about strange occurrences in the area: missing pets, odd disappearances, and rumors of hidden passageways in old buildings. Nothing concrete, but enough to make my skin crawl. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to confront Mr. Larkin. I needed answers. I grabbed the note from the closet and made my way downstairs to his office. The door was slightly ajar, and I could see Mr. Larkin sitting at his desk, typing something on his computer. I knocked gently, and he looked up, his face lighting up with a smile. "Ah, come in, dear," he said, his voice warm and inviting. I stepped inside, holding the note in my hand. "Mr. Larkin, I found something in the closet when I was cleaning. I need to ask you about it?" His smile faltered slightly, and he looked at the note, his eyes narrowing for a fraction of a second. "What's this?" he asked, his tone suddenly colder. I hesitated, but then handed him the note. I found this tucked away in the closet. It says, "Don't trust the landlord." Mr. Larkin took the note from me, his fingers lingering on the paper for a moment before he folded it carefully and placed it in his desk drawer. "I see," he said quietly. "I can assure you there's no reason to be concerned. People can be strange, and sometimes they leave things behind. You shouldn't worry about it." But his eyes no longer seemed kind. There was something colder in his gaze, something guarded. He stood up abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. "I think it's best if you forget about this, all right? No need to look for trouble where there is none." I didn't know what to say, but I could feel the tension in the room. I nodded quickly, backing out of his office. "Of course, I'll forget about it." As I left, I could hear the faint click of the desk drawer closing behind me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I made my way back to my apartment. That night, I barely slept, and the feeling of unease lingered in the pit of my stomach. I didn't know what Mr. Larkin was hiding, but I had a feeling I wasn't going to find out anytime soon. For now, I decided to keep my distance, but I couldn't shake the thought that the note had been a warning that I might have ignored for far too long. Story 32. It was a quiet evening, and I had just finished a long day of driving. I pulled into a gas station on the outskirts of town to fuel up before hitting the road again. The place was nearly empty, with only a few cars parked in the lot. I stepped out of my car, stretching my stiff legs, ready for a quick break before continuing my drive. The attendant behind the counter caught my attention as I filled the tank. He was standing by the window, his gaze fixed directly on me. It wasn't unusual for gas station attendants to glance at customers, but this was different. His eyes never left me, and there was something unsettling about the way he watched, as if he knew more about me than he should. I tried to ignore him, focusing on getting back on the road, but the feeling of being watched didn't fade. The man didn't break eye contact, even when I made my way into the store to pay. His stare was intense, almost like he was studying me. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, and despite trying to shake it off, my instincts told me something was off. Inside the store, I quickly paid for the gas and grabbed a bottle of water. The clerk still hadn't moved from his spot behind the counter, his gaze unwavering. It made me feel uncomfortable, as though I was under some kind of silent scrutiny. I left the store in a hurry, my heart beginning to race as I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I made my way back to the car, trying not to look at the man as I crossed the lot. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw that he was still staring. There was something eerie about his stillness, the way he stood there, unmoving and silent, almost like a statue. As I got in the car and drove off, I couldn't help but glance in my rearview mirror. For the first few miles, everything seemed normal. The road was empty, the night calm, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Every time I checked the mirror, I felt like something was off. Then, just as I turned onto a quieter stretch of road, I saw headlights behind me. At first, I thought it was just another car on the same route, but as I drove, the vehicle seemed to stay at a consistent distance behind me. No matter how many turns I made, it stayed with me. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself it was just coincidence, but my mind kept going back to the gas station attendant. My stomach twisted in knots as I realized the car wasn't speeding up or slowing down. It was just there, keeping pace with me. I glanced again at my rearview mirror, and the headlights were right behind me, almost too close for comfort. A sense of dread began to settle over me, and I felt the urge to pull over and let the car pass, but there was nowhere to safely stop. I accelerated, hoping to put some distance between me and the mysterious car, but the headlights stayed right behind me. My grip tightened on the steering wheel, my pulse racing. It felt like I was being hunted. I could almost hear the pounding of my heart in my ears as I tried to make sense of what was happening. Finally, I reached a stoplight and turned into a side street, hoping to lose the car in the maze of quiet neighborhood roads. But when I looked in my rearview mirror again, I saw the same headlights, just as close, following my every move. My stomach sank as the realization hit me. The man from the gas station had somehow found me. I turned down another street, hoping the winding roads would help me escape, but the car stayed with me, following me as if it knew exactly where I was going. My mind raced, thinking of what to do next. Should I call the police? Should I pull over and confront the driver? Neither option seemed ideal, but I knew I had to do something before it was too late. As I continued driving, I began to notice something strange. The car didn't have its headlights on anymore. The road was dark, and I could barely make out the shape of the vehicle in the distance, but I could still sense its presence. The eerie silence between us was almost worse than the headlights, and I started to wonder if the driver was deliberately staying out of sight, watching me from the shadows. I turned a few more corners, desperate to lose the car, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Each turn I made, the car was always there, just a few paces behind. It was as if the driver knew exactly what I was going to do before I did it. The creeping anxiety in my chest grew heavier by the second, and I realized I couldn't keep driving aimlessly forever. I had to make a decision. I made a sharp turn into a parking lot, hoping to lose the car in the maze of spaces, but as I parked, I glanced through my side mirror and saw the headlights pull into the lot behind me. Panic set in. My hand fumbled for my phone and I quickly dialed 911. As I waited for the call to connect, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the man from the gas station standing behind me. But when the operator answered, I could barely speak. My voice trembled as I tried to explain the situation, the fear making it hard to form coherent sentences. The operator assured me that help was on the way, but I didn't feel safe until I saw the flashing lights of a police car turn into the parking lot. The car that had been following me drove off quickly, and I could barely make out the license plate as it sped away. It was as if the car had known the police were coming and had decided to leave. The police took my statement, and they checked the area for any other signs of the car, but by the time they arrived, the car was long gone. I never saw the man from the gas station again, but the memory of his unsettling stare and the feeling of being hunted stayed with me for a long time. It was a reminder that sometimes the things that feel like coincidences are far from it, and there's a lot more lurking in the shadows than we realize. Story 33. I was sitting in my living room, scrolling through my phone when I decided to catch up with my friend. It had been a long week, and we hadn't spoken in a few days. I set up my laptop, opened the video call, and waited for her to pick up. The screen blinked to life, and there she was, smiling as usual, her warm face lighting up the small square in front of me. We exchanged greetings, talking about the usual stuff: work, weekend plans, and the random chaos of everyday life. The conversation was easy, the kind of chat that didn't require much thought. It was comfortable, like slipping into a favorite pair of shoes. But then, halfway through our conversation, her image suddenly froze mid-sentence. I stared at her, wondering if there was an issue with the connection, but the sound had stopped too. I tried calling her name, but no response came. I gave it a few seconds. but nothing changed. The image of her face was locked in a distorted grin, her eyes wide in what I could only describe as a strange look. It was the first time I had seen her like that, and a chill ran down my spine. Then, as if on cue, the video call glitched. Her face flickered, and I saw a shadow behind her, a figure moving slowly in and out of view in the background. My heart skipped a beat, and I leaned forward, squinting at the screen. Before I could react, I heard her voice again. It was faint at first, almost inaudible, but then I caught the words she whispered, her voice trembling with fear. "Someone's behind you." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I froze, staring at the screen, trying to make sense of what was happening. My mind raced, and I quickly turned around, half expecting to see someone standing there in my living room. But nothing. There was no one. My apartment was silent, except for the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I turned back to the screen, my pulse racing. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly, though I tried to sound calm. She wasn't looking at the camera anymore. Her eyes were wide, darting around the room, clearly not focused on me. She had gone silent again, her body rigid. "Is everything okay?" I asked, my anxiety creeping into my words. Her eyes locked onto the camera, and for a split second, I saw her mouth the words, "It's behind you." The expression on her face was one of pure fear now, her eyes pleading with me to understand. But I didn't know what to do. Should I turn around again? Was someone in my house? I glanced at my front door, the only entrance to my apartment. It was locked, and I hadn't heard anyone come in. My living room was tidy, the shadows casting strange shapes on the walls in the low light. I could hear the faint buzz of the streetlight outside my window, but nothing seemed out of place. Yet the fear in my friend's eyes told me something wasn't right. With my heart racing, I checked my phone, thinking maybe she was messing with me, pulling some sort of prank. But her expression was anything but playful. I could feel her fear seeping through the screen, even without the sound. I wasn't sure what to do. My mind was telling me to stay calm, to reassure her that everything was fine, but the weight of her words hung heavily in the air. "Someone's behind you." I couldn't shake them. I turned around slowly, scanning the room once more. The soft glow from the TV reflected off the walls, but still, nothing seemed out of place. My living room felt suffocatingly quiet, the air thick with tension. I could feel my breath catching in my throat, every instinct telling me to look closer, to search every corner. I walked toward the hallway leading to the bedrooms, trying to peer around the door frame, but there was nothing. Just silence. I turned back to the laptop, almost expecting to see her frozen again. Instead, her face was distorted, her eyes wide and fixed on something just outside of view. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, trying to clear the blur that had suddenly appeared in the corner of my vision. "Please tell me what's going on," I said again, trying to sound steady, but my voice cracked. The screen flickered once more, and suddenly she wasn't there. The video froze entirely, leaving me staring at a blank screen. The connection cut out. I clicked the mouse, desperately trying to reconnect, but the call wouldn't go through. I tried texting her, but my messages remained unread. My heart pounded in my chest, the silence in my apartment overwhelming. I could still hear my breath echoing in the room, and the distant sounds of cars passing outside did nothing to calm me. A few minutes passed, though it felt like hours, and just when I thought I might go mad from the silence, my phone buzzed. It was a message from my friend, "I'm okay, but don't go looking for me." The message was cryptic, and my mind raced. I tried calling again, but no answer. The line was dead. Panic was creeping in once more. Had something happened to her? What did she mean, "Don't go looking for me"? I didn't know what to do. My apartment felt too quiet, and my heart was still racing. I looked at the door, wondering if someone had snuck in while I was distracted by the call. What could it be? But I saw no signs of forced entry. The fear that had gripped me earlier hadn't eased. If anything, it had deepened, twisting into something more sinister. The urge to check my surroundings was overwhelming. But part of me, perhaps the part that had learned to trust my instincts, knew I should never go looking for whatever it was that had terrified my friend. I sat down, my mind spinning, waiting for my phone to ring again, for the video call to come back online, for some kind of explanation. But nothing came, just silence. Story 34. It had been a long day on the road, and the sun was setting as I passed through a small, forgotten town. My car had been sputtering for miles, and I was exhausted from the drive. I hadn't planned on stopping, but the Motel Inn sign flickered in the distance, and I decided to pull in for the night. It was the kind of place you'd expect to find in an old horror movie run down, with a neon sign that looked like it hadn't been replaced in years. The motel looked deserted, except for an older man sitting behind the front desk. His graying hair and weathered face made him appear even older than he probably was. He greeted me with a warm, if slightly unsettling, smile. I had hoped for a quick check-in so I could sleep, but as I approached the counter, he eyed me curiously, almost as though assessing me. "We don't usually get many visitors this time of night," he said, his voice raspy. I nodded, glancing at the empty lobby. "I just need a room for the night. Doesn't matter which one." He hesitated for a moment, his gaze flicking to the hallway behind him. Then, with a slow movement, he reached under the counter and slid a key across to me. It was an old-fashioned key, not one of those electronic swipe cards you find in modern motels. "Room 7, he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. "You'll want that one. It's the best one we have." I raised an eyebrow. Okay, thanks." He gave me a strange, knowing look as I took the key. "Just be sure to lock the door. And whatever you do, don't open it until morning. Not a sound, not a peep, okay?" I was too tired to question him and just nodded. "Sure, no problem." I grabbed my bag and headed to the room. As I walked down the narrow, dimly lit hallway, I noticed how eerily quiet the place was. There were no sounds of other guests, no cars outside. It felt like I was in a ghost town. I reached room 7 and unlocked the door, stepping inside. The room was small but clean, with a single bed, a nightstand, and a tiny bathroom. The faded curtains allowed just enough light to seep in from the street lamp outside. I tossed my bag on the bed, shrugged off my jacket, and walked over to the window to close the blinds. The view was nothing special, a few scattered buildings and an empty lot, but something felt off. The air in the room seemed heavier, thicker, like I was being watched. I brushed it off and settled into bed. The mattress was surprisingly comfortable for a place like this, and my eyes began to close. But as I lay there, the silence of the room started to weigh on me. I kept hearing strange noises, soft, almost imperceptible sounds that seemed to come from outside the room. A scratching, a faint tapping, as if someone was trying to get in. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was just the building settling. But then I heard something that made my blood run cold, a whisper, low and almost inaudible, coming from the other side of the room. It sounded like it was coming from the wall itself. My heart raced as I sat up, staring at the dim shadows in the room. The whisper grew louder, but I couldn't make out the words. I reached for my phone to call the front desk, but stopped short when I saw the time. It was past midnight. I hadn't heard anyone else on the property. The whisper stopped as suddenly as it started, but the unsettling feeling remained. I felt like I was not alone. I got up and checked the door, double-checking the lock. When I turned back, I froze. There was a figure standing in the corner of the room, just at the edge of my vision. I blinked, and when I looked again, it was gone. I shook my head, wondering if I was just imagining things, but the sense of unease wouldn't let me rest. I tried to call the front desk, but realized the phone in the room was dead. My thoughts were racing now, and I started second-guessing everything. Was I just tired and paranoid? Or was something really happening in this room? I decided to gather my things and leave. I needed to get out of there, no matter how weird it seemed. As I reached for the door, I noticed something strange. The key, which I had left on the nightstand, was now on the floor, as if it had been tossed there. My stomach dropped. Someone had been in here. I bolted out of the room, my heart pounding, and rushed back to the front desk. The clerk was sitting in his chair, staring at the wall, as though he hadn't moved an inch. His expression didn't change when he saw me. "I need to check out," I said, my voice trembling. He didn't respond immediately, but then he slowly stood and walked over to the counter. He slid a piece of paper toward me. "I told you not to open that door." "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling a mix of anger and confusion. "What's going on here?" The clerk finally looked at me, his eyes narrowing. "Room 7 is special. People who stay there never come back. Not in the way you think, anyway. They leave, but they're never really gone." He let that hang in the air as his eyes flicked toward the hallway behind me. I backed away, my hands trembling. "What are you talking about?" He stared at me for a long moment before responding. "Some doors shouldn't be opened, not at night. There's things that live in the dark corners of this place. Things that wait." I didn't wait for any more explanation. I turned and ran, ignoring the clerk's voice calling after me. I could still feel the weight of the air pressing down on me as I left that motel behind. I don't know what he meant by things in the dark corners, but I had no intention of finding out. I never went back to that town. Never looked at another cheap motel in quite the same way again. Some things are better left untouched. Story 35. It was a quiet evening when I agreed to babysit the Johnsons' kids. They were a sweet couple who lived in a beautiful, older home on the edge of town. I'd watched their children, Emma and Max, before, and they were always well behaved. They'd already gone to bed by the time I settled in, so I made myself comfortable on the couch and started reading a book while waiting for the parents to return. The house was peaceful, and the only sound was the soft hum of the refrigerator. About an hour passed, and the house felt incredibly still. I glanced at the clock, almost midnight. I had just turned the page when I heard a faint sound from upstairs, a soft, almost imperceptible thud, followed by the sound of footsteps. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. The children were asleep, and the parents weren't supposed to be back for another hour. I quickly tried to rationalize what I'd heard. Maybe it was the wind or the house settling, but it didn't feel like that. These steps were too deliberate, too distinct. I sat still for a few moments, listening, but the footsteps didn't stop. They continued, moving slowly, as if someone was walking around upstairs. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. My first instinct was to call the Johnsons, but I paused. If it was just a misunderstanding, I didn't want to sound ridiculous. Still, the sound continued, slow, heavy footsteps moving around the second floor. I tried to distract myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The house felt unnaturally quiet except for those damn footsteps. I got up and moved toward the stairs, trying to listen for any other sounds. There was no sign of Emma or Max, and I was sure they were fast asleep. The footsteps continued, and my curiosity mixed with dread. I had to know what was going on. I slowly crept up the stairs, making sure not to make a sound. As I reached the landing, I saw nothing unusual. The hallway was dark, with only a faint sliver of light coming from one of the rooms at the end. The footsteps had stopped, but the eerie silence felt suffocating. I hesitated before moving further down the hall, wondering if I should wake up the kids. But it was too late for that. I couldn't risk scaring them, and I didn't want to seem paranoid. I slowly approached the door to Emma and Max's room, half expecting to find one of them awake, maybe playing with toys or moving around in bed. But when I peered inside, both children were fast asleep, snuggled under their blankets. The room was peaceful, and I couldn't understand why I'd heard those footsteps. Maybe it had been my imagination after all. I turned to leave the room, but as I reached for the door, I heard the unmistakable sound of a floorboard creaking behind me. My blood ran cold. I whipped around, but there was no one there. The room was still, the only movement coming from the soft rise and fall of Emma's breathing. The silence pressed down on me, and I knew that whatever was happening was not just in my head. I quickly closed the door and made my way back downstairs, my heart racing. I grabbed my phone, intending to call the parents, but I hesitated. What would I say? That I heard footsteps in an empty house. It seemed too strange to be real, but something about it felt deeply wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I heard a faint scratching noise from the kitchen. I couldn't take it any longer. I went into the kitchen, expecting to find maybe a mouse or some other explanation for the noise. But there was nothing there, just the dim glow of the streetlight outside filtering through the window. I stood in the doorway, my eyes scanning every corner of the room. The sound of scratching came again, this time louder, closer. It was coming from the pantry. I felt a wave of panic rise in my chest. I walked cautiously toward the pantry, each step slow and deliberate, trying to steady my nerves. When I reached the door, I hesitated. Could it be one of the kids playing a prank? No, that didn't make sense. The footsteps had come from upstairs, and Emma and Max were in their room. I opened the pantry door, and the sound stopped abruptly. The room was empty, the shelves neatly organized as if nothing was out of place. Confused and shaken, I backed away, my breath shallow. I couldn't ignore the feeling of eyes on me, the sensation of being watched. My mind raced as I considered all the possibilities. Was it a ghost? Had someone broken into the house? My stomach twisted in fear as I realized that I was completely alone in the house, and I had no way of knowing if the source of these strange noises was human or something else entirely. I made a snap decision to call the police. I couldn't wait for the parents to return. Something wasn't right, and I needed help. As I dialed the number, I glanced around the house, waiting for a response. But when I heard a loud bang from upstairs, I dropped the phone in shock. The sound was unmistakable, like something or someone had slammed a door. Before I could react, the phone picked up, and I quickly explained the situation to the dispatcher. They assured me that an officer would be sent to the house immediately. I hung up, my hands trembling. The noises had stopped, but the unease was palpable. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. When the police arrived, they searched the house, but found nothing unusual. The doors were locked, the windows intact, and the kids were still fast asleep. They chalked it up to an overactive imagination, suggesting that the old house might creak and groan in odd ways. But I knew what I had heard, and I wasn't convinced. As they left, the officers gave me a reassuring pat on the shoulder, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was lurking in the house, waiting. The rest of the night passed without incident, but I never forgot the sound of those footsteps. I had no answers, only the unsettling certainty that I had experienced something I couldn't explain. Story 36. It was late in the evening when my car broke down in the middle of nowhere. I was driving down a desolate stretch of highway, the kind where the only light came from the dim headlights of passing cars and the occasional glow of a distant farm. The engine sputtered, and before I knew it, the car came to a complete stop. I sat there for a moment, staring at the dashboard, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. I tried the ignition a few times, but the engine refused to start. The air outside felt cold and crisp, and I quickly realized I had no cell signal. I knew I had no choice but to wait for help. The thought of being stranded out here in the dark made me uneasy, but there wasn't much I could do. I looked around, hoping to see another car pass by, but the road was eerily quiet. About 20 minutes passed, and just as I was starting to feel more anxious, I saw the headlights of a car in the distance. It was the only car I'd seen in what felt like hours, and I felt a glimmer of hope. The car slowed down as it approached, and I watched as it came to a stop beside my vehicle. The man in the driver's seat rolled down his window, his face partially obscured by the shadows. "You need help?" he asked, his voice calm but distant. I nodded, trying to keep my composure. Yes, my car broke down. I could really use a hand. He gave me a reassuring smile and said he could take a look at it. I hesitated for a moment, but then agreed. I wasn't exactly in a position to turn down help. He got out of his car and walked over to my vehicle. He was tall, dressed in a worn jacket, and his eyes seemed to hold a certain coldness to them. As he approached, I noticed his movements were deliberate, and I felt a sudden unease settle in my stomach. "I'm sure it's something simple," he said, opening the hood of my car. "Let me see what I can do." As he leaned over the engine, I stayed in my car, locking the doors instinctively. I tried to remind myself that I was just being paranoid, but the more I watched him, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. He wasn't acting like a typical mechanic. He wasn't even looking at the engine. Instead, his eyes kept glancing around, scanning the surrounding area. After a few moments, he straightened up and looked at me with a strange, almost calculating expression. "I think I know what the problem is," he said, wiping his hands on a rag. "But it's going to take some time to fix. You're not too far from the nearest town, though, so I could give you a ride if you want." I frowned, my heart sinking. I wasn't sure why, but something about his offer felt wrong. It was dark. The town was miles away, and I didn't know him at all. "I think I'll just wait for a tow truck," I replied, trying to sound firm. He didn't seem to take offense, but instead leaned against the hood of my car, his expression hardening. "Are you sure about that?" he asked, his voice lowering. "It's a long wait out here in the dark. A lot of things can happen when you're alone." I swallowed, feeling a knot form in my stomach. I was alone, and I couldn't deny that the situation felt increasingly dangerous. My mind raced, trying to come up with an excuse to get away, but I couldn't think clearly. I kept my eyes on him, hoping that the unease I felt was just my imagination. But the more I stared, the more I realized something was wrong. Suddenly, he moved closer, his hand brushing against my window. "You don't have to be scared," he said, his voice now almost too soothing. "I'm just trying to help. You don't want to be out here alone at night." especially not with all the things that go bump in the dark. I recoiled at his words, my heart pounding in my chest. Something clicked in my mind then. This wasn't about helping me, it was about something else. The way he stood there, so calm and persistent, the strange undertones in his voice, it all felt like a manipulation, an attempt to get me to trust him, to lower my guard. "I'm fine," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "I'll wait for the tow truck." He didn't seem pleased with my response, his eyes narrowing slightly. For a long moment he just stared at me, as if assessing my every move. I sat perfectly still, my hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, my breath shallow. I had to get out of this situation. The silence between us stretched on, and for a second, I thought he might just leave. But then he took a step back, his eyes still locked on mine. "All right," he said, his voice returning to that unsettling calmness. "I'll leave you to it, but don't say I didn't warn you." He walked back to his car without another word, got in and drove off, his headlights fading into the distance. I sat there, frozen for a moment, trying to steady my racing heart. The whole encounter had felt surreal, like something out of a nightmare. I waited until I couldn't see his car any longer, then quickly got out of my car, locked it, and stood by the side of the road, trying to calm myself. I didn't know what he wanted, but I knew I couldn't trust him. The tension in my chest lingered, but after a while a tow truck finally arrived, and I was safely on my way. As I left that stretch of highway behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man's intentions had never been about helping me at all. Story 37. When I first moved into the house, everything seemed perfect. It was an old but well-maintained cottage tucked away in a quiet neighborhood, with a large backyard and plenty of space for my things. I spent the first few weeks getting settled in, unpacking boxes, and making the house feel like home. But one evening, while I was cleaning out the basement, I stumbled upon something strange, a small, hidden door in the corner of the room, partially concealed behind a stack of old crates. At first, I thought it was just part of the house's charm, maybe an old storage closet or a forgotten space used by the previous owners. I tried to open the door, but it was stubborn, and I had to use a crowbar to pry it loose. As the door creaked open, I was met with a musty smell that seemed to have been trapped in there for years. The air was thick with dust, and I could barely make out the shape of a narrow, winding staircase that led down into darkness. I hesitated for a moment, feeling a slight chill run down my spine. But curiosity got the better of me, and I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and made my way down the stairs. The wooden steps creaked beneath my weight, each step echoing through the narrow tunnel. The walls were made of rough stone, and the further I descended, the colder it became. My breath came out in small clouds, and I had to pull my jacket tighter around me. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the bottom of the stairs and found myself standing in a small, dimly lit crawl space. The space was cramped, with barely enough room to stand upright. The air felt stale, and I could see the remnants of old, forgotten objects scattered across the floor, dusty old books, broken furniture, and strange trinkets that looked out of place. But it was the far corner of the room that caught my attention. There, against the wall, was a large wooden chest, its surface covered in layers of dust and cobwebs. It looked ancient, like something you'd find in a history museum, not tucked away in a forgotten crawl space beneath a house. My heart pounded as I approached the chest, unsure of what I was about to uncover. I bent down to open it, my fingers trembling as I brushed away the dust and dirt from the lid. With a soft creak, the chest opened, and what I saw inside nearly made me freeze in place. It was a collection of old, Decaying journals, their pages yellowed with age and filled with strange, scrawled handwriting. But it wasn't just the journals that caught my eye, it was what was beneath them. Lying at the bottom of the chest was a bundle of old, tattered cloth, tied together with a piece of frayed rope. I slowly unwrapped the cloth, my hands shaking, and what I found inside made my stomach drop. It was a collection of items that seemed completely out of place: broken pieces of mirrors, small animal bones, and strange symbols etched into the surface of wooden charms. But the most disturbing thing of all was the small, blackened object at the center of the bundle. It looked like a doll, but it was unlike any doll I had ever seen. Its face was twisted and grotesque, its features distorted and unnatural. Its eyes were black as coal, and its mouth was stretched into a grotesque smile that seemed to mock me. I stumbled backward, my breath coming in short gasps as I tried to process what I had just uncovered. The crawl space suddenly felt much smaller, the air heavier, as if something was pressing in around me. I quickly shoved the bundle back into the chest and slammed the lid shut, my heart racing as I backed away toward the stairs. But as I turned to leave, something stopped me in my tracks. A faint sound, almost like a whisper, came from the direction of the chest. It was so soft at first that I thought it might have been my imagination, but as I listened closer, the whispering grew louder, more insistent. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded almost like a chant, a low, rhythmic murmur that sent shivers down my spine. I spun around, the beam of my flashlight darting back and forth across the crawl space, but there was nothing there. The chest was still closed, its surface untouched. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears as I bolted up the stairs, slamming the trapdoor behind me. I spent the rest of the evening trying to shake the image of that strange doll from my mind, but it haunted me. I couldn't stop thinking about the items in the chest, the unsettling whispers that seemed to echo in my ears. I kept telling myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, that the old house was full of creaks and groans that could be easily explained away. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something in that crawl space was watching me, waiting for me to return. The next day, I couldn't resist going back. I tried to convince myself that I was being ridiculous, that I needed to face whatever was down there to put my mind at ease. But as soon as I reached the bottom of the stairs, I felt it again, the oppressive sense of something lurking in the shadows, something that didn't belong. The chest was still there, just as I had left it, but when I opened it, the bundle was gone. In its place was the doll, sitting upright in the center of the chest, its black eyes staring at me with an intensity that sent a jolt of fear through my chest. I slammed the lid shut once again and ran back upstairs, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was following me. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the house made my heart race. I knew I had uncovered something that I was never meant to find. And now, whatever it wasn't going to let me leave. Story 38. It was a quiet morning when I first saw the letter sitting on the doormat, a simple white envelope with no return address. It wasn't like any other piece of mail I'd received. I bent down, my curiosity growing as I picked it up. The envelope was slightly crinkled, the edges worn, as if it had traveled far to get here. I brought it inside and examined it more closely, turning it over in my hands. There was nothing written on the front except for my name, written in neat, almost unfamiliar handwriting. A cold shiver ran through me. It wasn't my handwriting, but the name was definitely mine. I set the envelope down on the kitchen table and hesitated before tearing it open. Inside was a single piece of paper, folded carefully. I unfolded it, but my heart dropped as soon as I saw what was inside. The photo was of me, though it was taken years ago. I recognized the setting instantly. It was at a family gathering, a barbecue at my aunt's house, back when I was in my early 20s. I was smiling, standing by the grill, holding a drink in my hand. But what stood out was the odd detail I hadn't noticed before: the figure in the background. In the photo, partially obscured by the trees, was someone watching me. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light or some random person in the background, but upon closer inspection, I realized something strange. The figure was too still, too focused on me, like they were deliberately positioned to be noticed in the photo. The sight of it sent a chill down my spine. I stared at the photo for a while, trying to make sense of it. How did someone get a picture of me from that day? I hadn't seen anyone else taking pictures during that barbecue, and I certainly didn't remember anyone standing behind the trees. It was as though someone had been lurking there, watching me, and they had been there for a long time without me ever knowing. I turned the photo over, hoping to find something more, anything that might explain who had sent this. But the back of the photo was completely blank. I couldn't understand how or why someone would send me a photo like this. My mind raced with possibilities: an old friend, a creepy admirer, or someone I didn't even know. I picked up the envelope again, hoping to find another clue. But it was empty. There was no return address, no note, just the photo. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that settled in my stomach. I decided to call my closest friends, hoping someone might recognize the photo or at least calm my nerves. I explained the situation to them, telling them about the photo and the strange feeling I had. No one knew anything about it, and no one recognized the person in the background. They all reassured me it was probably just a prank, but I couldn't ignore the lingering sense of dread that had taken root in me. Over the next few days, I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. I checked my windows at night, and I started second-guessing every shadow I saw. I couldn't stop thinking about that photo, the figure in the background, and the fact that someone knew where I had been years ago. What did they want? Why me? I tried to put it out of my mind, convincing myself it was just a coincidence or a prank. But then, a few days later, another letter arrived. This one was the same plain white envelope, no return address, and my name written in the same neat handwriting. My heart skipped a beat as I opened it, half expecting the same photo to be inside. But instead, there was a short note. Remember me. The words were simple, yet they struck me with a force I hadn't expected. Who was this person? What did they want from me? I tried to think back to my past, but I couldn't place anyone who would send me such a cryptic message. The only thing that was clear to me was that this person was watching me, maybe even for longer than I had realized. I looked around my apartment, feeling a sense of claustrophobia wash over me. I began to wonder if I was being paranoid. Maybe I was overreacting, but the feeling of being watched never went away. I started to look for patterns, trying to see if there was something I had missed. But nothing seemed out of place, and there was no sign of anyone following me or observing me in any way. Then, a week later, I received yet another letter. This one was different. Inside was another photo. This time, it was a recent picture of me, taken during my morning jog in the park. I had no idea how anyone could have taken the picture, but there it was, clear as day. The same figure from the previous photo was there again, but this time they were much closer to me. I had been so focused on my run that I hadn't even noticed. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It was as though this person had been following me, watching my every move. I knew I had to take action. I contacted the police, but when I showed them the photos, they seemed just as baffled as I was. There was no clear evidence of anything sinister, no trace of the person who had sent the photos. They advised me to take precautions, but they couldn't do much without more information. I began to wonder if I was being stalked by someone from my past, an old acquaintance, an ex, or even a stranger who had somehow become obsessed with me. The questions piled up in my mind, and I couldn't stop thinking about the photos, the letters, and the feeling of being watched. What did this person want from me? Why had they chosen now to reach out after all these years? I kept the letters and photos locked away in a drawer, but I couldn't forget about them. The memory of that figure in the background haunted me. No matter how much I tried to move on, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching me, someone who knew more about me than I would ever want to know. Story 39. It was past midnight when I boarded the subway, the train almost empty except for a few scattered commuters. The city had that strange, quiet atmosphere in the dead of night, the hum of the train the only sound breaking the silence. I found a seat near the window, trying to ignore the fatigue weighing down on me after a long day. As the train started moving, I closed my eyes for a moment, hoping to catch a brief nap before I reached my stop. The familiar swaying of the train made it easy to drift off, but something kept pulling me back to awareness. It was an odd feeling, like being watched, but more intense than usual. I opened my eyes and glanced around the dimly lit subway car. In the far corner, there was a man sitting across from me, his eyes fixed on me with unnerving intensity. I felt my breath catch in my throat. He was sitting perfectly still, not moving a muscle, his gaze locked on me without even the slightest shift. His face was pale, almost ghostly, and his eyes were wide open, too wide for comfort. His stare was unblinking, fixed and unwavering. For a moment, I wondered if I had imagined it, but when I looked again, his eyes were still on me, unblinking and cold. I tried to look away, focusing on the passing scenery outside the window, but I could feel his eyes on me. My heart started racing, and I shifted in my seat, hoping the movement would distract him, or at least break his focus. It didn't work. His gaze followed me like a predator stalking its prey. The air around me felt heavier, as though the entire train had grown tense with his presence. I glanced back at him, trying to act casual, but his expression was the same, frozen, unsettling. He didn't seem to blink once. My mind started to race, wondering why he was staring at me. Was I being paranoid? Was he just lost in thought, or was there something more sinister behind those eyes? I quickly averted my gaze again, but the unease remained. The train passed a few stations, and more passengers entered, filling the car with their murmurs and footsteps. Still, the man didn't shift. The more I tried to ignore him, the more I became aware of how still he was. No one else seemed to notice him, or, if they did, they didn't seem bothered by his intense stare. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong with the way he was looking at me. I tried to calm myself, telling myself that maybe he was just tired or deep in thought. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. His eyes didn't convey thoughtfulness or tiredness. They were cold, emotionless, and far too focused on me. I shifted in my seat again, attempting to find a comfortable position, but the whole time, his eyes never wavered. The air in the subway car felt dense, and I couldn't escape the feeling that time was stretching unnaturally. I tried to take deep breaths, but my chest felt tight, like I couldn't get enough air. The pressure of his gaze was suffocating. I turned to look at the exit doors, willing myself to get off at the next stop, but the man was still there, watching, unmoving. It felt like the train ride was dragging on forever. Every second that passed only made the situation feel worse. I debated whether to confront him, ask him why he was staring, or if that would make the situation worse. As the train continued its route, my mind raced with possibilities. Who was he? Why wasn't he blinking? Did I know him from somewhere? I couldn't recall ever seeing him before, but something about the way he looked at me felt familiar, like a memory buried just beyond my reach. Finally, the train screeched to a stop at another station, and a few more people got on. I stood up, hoping to move away from the man's gaze, but he didn't follow me. Instead, he remained seated, still staring at me, his eyes never leaving mine. A chill ran through me as I stepped toward the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to get off the train. As the doors slid open, I bolted out onto the platform without a second thought, barely even registering the station I was in. I stood there, panting, my pulse racing, and glanced back at the train as it began to pull away. The car was nearly empty now, but my eyes immediately searched for the man. I couldn't see him anymore. The car was completely still. He was gone. I let out a shaky breath, relieved that I had escaped the suffocating tension of the subway car. But even as the train disappeared into the distance, I couldn't shake the feeling that he had been more than just a strange encounter. Something about him had felt off, like I had narrowly escaped something or someone dangerous. I tried to convince myself that I had imagined the whole thing, that it was just my nerves playing tricks on me. After all, it was late, and I was tired. But even now, as I walked toward the stairs to exit the station, I could still feel his eyes on me as if they were following me in the shadows. I couldn't help but wonder if I had really escaped or if he was still out there, waiting for me. Story 40. It was one of those nights where everything felt right. I had just finished a long work week, and after getting home I was looking forward to a quiet evening. I made myself a cup of tea, curled up on the couch with a good book, and let the world outside slip away. My small apartment felt like a sanctuary, the perfect place to unwind after a hectic few days. After a few hours, I decided to head to bed. I checked my phone, set the alarm, and turned off the lights. I always made sure to lock the doors before bed, a habit that had become second nature to me after living alone for a few years. I double-checked the front door, made sure the back door was secure, and locked all the windows. Satisfied, I climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin and closed my eyes, drifting off to sleep. The sound of the floorboards creaking jolted me awake in the middle of the night. I sat up quickly, heart racing, and listened closely. There was no other sound, just silence. I strained my ears, trying to hear anything that might give me a clue as to what had caused the noise. It was so quiet that it almost felt like my mind was playing tricks on me. I shook my head, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe I had just heard a settling noise from the old building. But then I heard it again. This time it was louder. The unmistakable sound of something or someone moving around in the living room. My heart pounded as I quickly grabbed my phone from the nightstand, trying to suppress the growing sense of panic in my chest. I was sure I had locked the door. I had checked everything before bed, or so I thought. My mind raced through possible explanations. Maybe I had forgotten something. Maybe I had imagined it all. But no matter how many times I tried to reason with myself, the sound was real. Someone was in my apartment. I slowly slid out of bed, careful not to make a sound. My hand trembled as I reached for the door handle, but I forced myself to stay calm. I had to figure out what was going on before I did anything rash. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the bedroom, creeping down the hallway toward the living room. The apartment was dark, the only light coming from the streetlights outside. I could barely make out the shapes of the furniture in the dimness, but I could feel that something was off. The air was still, too still. As I reached the corner of the hallway, I peered around it, my breath caught in my throat. There, standing in the middle of the living room, was a figure. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. The figure didn't move. It was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a dark hoodie. His back was to me, and I couldn't see his face, but something about the stillness of the moment made my blood run cold. I tried to back away quietly, but my foot brushed against the floorboard with a soft creak. The man turned around slowly, his eyes meeting mine in the darkness. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. His face was hard to make out, but his eyes glinted in the faint light, and the expression on his face was impossible to read. For a moment we just stared at each other, neither of us moving. The silence in the room was deafening. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. I was trying to sound calm, but I could hear the tremor in my voice. The man didn't respond. Instead, he took a step toward me, and I instinctively took a step back. My mind was racing, and every part of me screamed to run, but I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were glued to the floor. I had to get away, but the fear paralyzed me, keeping me rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the man lunged toward me, and I screamed, stumbling backward. I barely managed to avoid him as he grabbed for my arm. I ran for the front door, desperate to get out of the apartment, but when I reached for the handle, I froze. The door was unlocked. I had locked it. I was sure of it. I had locked every door, every window, before going to bed. So why was it open now? My heart pounded in my chest as I spun around, but the man was already gone. The living room was empty, as if he had vanished into thin air. I slammed the door shut and locked it again, my hands shaking violently. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened. There was no way I had left the door unlocked, and yet, somehow, someone had gotten inside. Had they been in the apartment the entire time? Had I missed something? I didn't dare go back into the living room. I stayed huddled by the door, my phone in my hand, ready to call the police. But I knew I had to leave the apartment. I couldn't stay there, not after what had just happened. The thought of that man being in my home, even if I didn't fully understand what had happened, was enough to make my skin crawl. I grabbed a few essentials, my keys, my wallet, and my phone, and ran out the door. I didn't look back as I made my way down the stairs and into the night. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me, but I didn't stop until I reached the safety of a friend's house. The next day, I called the police and reported the break-in. They couldn't find any signs of forced entry, and they didn't believe anything was stolen. They assured me it was likely a misunderstanding, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I had locked all the doors, but somehow, someone had still gotten in.